vast amount of rage visible on his face. Then he was lunging for them, and Kreese knew he was going to rip someone's head off their shoulders. And that was just for starters. Solace tried to get in his way and took an elbow to the temple that sent her tumbling aside. Even as she fell, Ollie rammed her walking frame into Messman's groin. It didn't seem to inconvenience him much. Apparently those parts were as resilient as all the rest of him. With a snarl of frustration, he reached down and just picked up the entire frame, its legs kicking madly, about to dash Ollie and her conveyance to pieces on the floor. "Hold," the hiver said. "Stay your hand." They had taken one more step, and Aklu's couch shifted too, the Esiel's several eyes craning. "It may well come to pass," the hiver continued carefully, as though working extra hard to translate the gestures and rumbles of their master, "that we shall have our fill of broken bones. That truth must be extracted from these few like corks from bottles. In we drive the point, and out the rush of ruptured fluid comes. Not yet, not this one, cousin that she is. The hook admires her." Messman replaced Ollie and stepped back. His expression suggested his bloodlust was undiminished. For her part, the specialist looked more alarmed at Aklu's forbearance than at the violence. "Cousin, the wreck of the Almaru is not here," the hiver told. "Our sacred relics likewise are astray. To take the knot of any of their lives and pull it taut might be to cut the string that leads us to our treasure, might it not? They shall give up the one who knows, and know that if they fail then we shall start with toes, with fingers, faces, eyes, and all the parts a man may part with long before he dies." One of the gilded thing's gestures apparently included a command, because the guards were closing in. Messman's purpling face hovered around the outskirts, as though he wouldn't trust himself to stay his hand if within arm's reach of them again. Then a grinding rumble came from the throne like the shifting of tectonic plates. Everyone froze, glancing at the golden hiver for translation. The majordomo took a half-step back. 6 arms made an elaborate genuflection that indicated Ollie, Aklu, and the space between them. "Approach," it intoned. "O favored one." Ollie sent Kreese a wild look, but all eyes were on her. She maneuvered the walker frame, stepping cautiously out of the ring of thugs until she was level with the hiver. Aklu's eyes twitched and shifted position, examining her as its pipe-thin arms flicked and flurried. We will save till last," the majordomo said softly, barely audible to Kreese. "For we approve of those born bound who yet refuse to be." Ollie swallowed and nodded, leaning back in her frame as she stared up at the unspeakable. She was stared at in turn. Then it was evidently time to go. And while the guards laid hands on everyone else, Ollie got to walk unescorted. Kreese wondered, in fact, what would have happened if she just stayed in the throne room. Had the whole thing been a veiled attempt at recruitment? She'd been expecting to be dumped in the hold, but the broken harvest apparently took prisoners often enough to have dedicated facilities. These were spherical rooms butting off a central hub at different angles and heights, a bunch of grapes in negative. The captives were prodded into a cluster of adjoining cells sealed with energy barriers. Solace first, then Kreese, Kit, and Trine. Finally, Ollie was allowed to choose her residence of the moment, still being treated with baffled respect by the guards. As soon as Aklu's people had gone, she burst out, "I'm not a hegemonic, or a gangster. I'm not their plant." "Nobody thinks you are," Kreese said, although she'd had a moment's unworthy suspicion. "I don't know what they want from me," Ollie went on, sounding almost frantic. "These fucking Esiel are crazy, and this one's crazy even for an Esiel, right?" "Wait," Solace snapped. Ollie glowered at her, though not without a touch of gratitude for having something comprehensible on which to focus her ire. "Trine," the Partheny went on. "Static." the Hiver archaeologists said, a buzzing grunt from within their casing. Really? Just do it. Trine's face displayed a burlesque of petulance as they started putting out a sound like a dentist's drill at the very edge of hearing. Kreese's teeth twinged at the sound, more the feel of it. Ollie doubtless wanted to make some caustic comment about things being bad enough already, but she was a professional at heart. Blocker, she asked cautiously. My fellow incarcerates, electronic listening devices are now having a very bad day. Trine's voice rose like clashing music from within that tooth-jarring sound. Pass comment upon our captors all you wish. What do we say about Idris? Kreese put in quickly. Ollie, you're not with them, fine, we get that. But Idris, he's still on the Vulture unless they brought him out separately. What if they jettison the ship or something? On the other hand, if they don't know he's there, maybe that'll work for us, Ollie suggested. Rescue mounted by Idris Resurgent, Kit piped up. His screens were gray, fuzzing with vague patterns that seemed to echo Trine's low buzz. Unconvincing. Further priorities are suggested. Where are the coveted objects now, please? Ah, the things, yes, Kreese agreed. Despite Trine's alleged cover, speaking of the originator regalia openly still seemed difficult. They'll be searching the Vulture from top to bottom right now, I guess. They'll find Idris anyway. Great consideration towards the potency of such objects removed from their resting place. Is that not the point? Kit pressed. Fuck, he's right, Ollie agreed. You can't just pocket the damn things. So did they just fall out of the crate or something? Who had them last? One by one, they all ended up looking at Trine. Analysis continues. Kindly remove such accusatory expressions from your features, my fellow stalwarts, old friends and new, the Hiver said. Trine, Solace said warningly. I cannot imagine under what circumstances this suspicion has come to fall on me, they protested. Wait, Ollie looked between them. You were stealing the things, like from us. That is an entirely unwarranted suggestion, Trine said weakly. However, someone must think of the benefit to science of such irreplaceable objects. They must not simply be sold to the highest bidder. Fellow cognoscenti, I am sure you appreciate this. From their expressions, nobody seemed to appreciate it, not even Solace. Objects where precisely. Elaborate, please, Kit asked urgently. Life-death level of import hangs on this. Science demurs, Trine told them flatly. Science will not stop them from taking you from your frame and murdering you piece by piece, Solace snapped. Trine, will you just? The Hiver pointedly turned their face off and stopped the juddering hum. Presumably, this made any further conversation vulnerable to outside surveillance. Everyone lapsed into silence. They heard movement, on and off, the business of the ship going on about them. Even gangsters needed maintenance crews and duty rosters, Kreese supposed. But every sound raised the specter of messmen and the guards coming to haul them all out, or maybe just one of them, never to be seen again. If Solace was expecting some grand Partheny cavalry charge, that didn't seem to be happening. The harvest hadn't dropped back into unspace and tortured them all that way. That was the only positive. Presumably, Aklu wanted to secure his toys first. Then they had a visitor. She heard the sound of sandals scuffing at the rounded floors and straightened up, hissing at the others. Someone came into their suite of cells, garbed in bright red and purple. Kreese had to blink at this vision in hegemonic livery a few times before quite accepting he was there. It was Sathiel, the higher regrave from Lung Crow, just as mild and avuncular as before. A handful of cultists clustered at the doorway, possibly keeping Aklu's people out and giving their leader privacy. Unless you were working with it all this time, she demanded. You and Aklu. Sathiel shook his head. I'm afraid not, or we would be meeting in more comfortable circumstances. When your captain and I made our contract to free the Almaru and your ship, I had no idea the unspeakable was involved. My people died too when the hook stole the vulture. He sighed, shaking his head. It's all very distressing. How are you even here? Ollie demanded. The others were just watching, waiting to see whether this might be their break somehow. A diplomatic courtesy, Sathiel explained. The hegemony has many formalities that may seem curious to outsiders. But Aklu isn't in the hegemony anymore, right? It's gone rogue. Isn't that the point of the whole unspeakable razor thing? The specialist pressed. Ah, well, said Sathiel, and Kreese knew a lecturing tone when she heard one. The mistake is to characterize hegemonic systems as if they were human ones. The Essiel have been ruling a vast and diverse empire for centuries. They have persisted because they have a system for everything. That is how they work. They prefer not to have to react. Instead, they foresee. This applies even to aberrations within their own species. Perhaps some of you are students of religion. Among other things, Trine put in, sounding mulish. Who is this graybeard, and what relevance has he to our predicament? Many religions have an antagonist figure, a devil, or perhaps a whole class of demons whose job it is to tempt and torment us poor mortals, Sathiel explained, speaking over Trine. And yet, these adversaries remain part of the system they mock. They act as an example of what not to do, a foil to higher powers. As such, Aklu has a place within the hegemonic firmament. So, when the razor and the hook comes to a system, it announces its arrival to any hegemonic presence there. Which in this case is myself, here to represent my masters in the negotiations regarding the architect's return. You've gone up in the world then, Kreese noted acidly. A sign of the times, Sathiel agreed. However, all to your benefit as I may be able to help. Under normal circumstances, your position here would be bleak. You've taken something belonging to the unspeakable. Examples would be made. But perhaps I can intercede as one part of the hegemonic system to another. For old time's sake, you'd have to return the regalia, obviously. Obviously, said Kreese, with a venomous look at Trine, who contrived not to notice her. Specify your rates and remuneration, please, Kit piped up. Ah, well, Sathiel spread his hands benevolently. As you might imagine, what should be talks focused on the architect's return have degenerated. The Council of Human Interests and the Parthenon are engaged in mutual finger-pointing. He sighed. We need something to refocus them on the truly important things. You want the Almaru, Kreese divined. I'm sure you've done the sensible thing and hidden it, Sathiel said. A very wise precaution. However, if it was retrieved by my people and displayed above Berlinhof, the great powers might just abandon their brinkmanship. Then we can start dealing with the key issues at stake. And that's your price for putting a word in, Ollie asked. I regret the necessity of being so mercenary, but yes, Sathiel agreed. Millions, billions of lives are at stake, and I have a sacred duty. We'll think about it, the specialist said. Ollie, Kreese started. I said we'll think about it, discuss it maybe, free and frank exchange of views. Sathiel sighed. I will be called before Aklu shortly, to reaffirm the disdain and rejection of the hegemony towards the unspeakable, he said. There are proper diplomatic and ceremonial forms to these things, you understand. I will suggest you be brought out to witness this, and then most likely Aklu will make a start on you. You are aware, of course, that a great deal of Essiel cultural form is colored by their early contact with the architects. By which I mean that the proper behavior of the unspeakable is to make ruin an art form. Please let me help you. We'll think about it, Ollie repeated firmly, and just stared at the man until he'd taken his cultists and gone. Well, we could do worse, Kreese said, after Trine had reluctantly reinstated their jamming field. Question as regards the credibility of his contractual consideration. Kit's translator spat emphatically. Yeah, I reckon all the help we'd get from that quarter is a little hand-wringing, and I asked him not to torture you, but Ollie agreed. We keep all our leverage close, but she didn't have not really. Excuse me, but can someone at least explain to me who that even was? Trine complained. Kreese gave them the potted history, including the architected Almaru, the vulture being taken at Lung Crow and their first clash with the Broken Harvest. At the end of it, Trine's phantom face was staring at all of them simultaneously with an expression of exasperation. You needed me a long time ago, my companions in adversity. We need you to tell us where the things are, Ollie growled. Or I will use whatever weird-ass influence I have with the hook to have him do you first and make it slow. Trine manufactured a vast sigh. If it comes to threats, my somewhat obstreperous cellmates, then know that sometimes the greatest treasures are to be found within oneself. Kreese blinked. Seriously, she stared at the hiver's barrel body. And they're still, potent, you cracked the containment system. Not exactly. I simply discovered that it was independent of the casing, Trine admitted. But if it comes to blood, I will give these things up, despite the loss to science, in the hope it will soften the blow. Although you were the ones who robbed an Essil gangster of a priceless treasure, so I don't feel this is on my head. Soon after that, they were back in Aklu's presence. True to his word, Sathiel had driven a wedge of cultists into the heart of the court. They were standing there, robes bright and regal, as though they'd turned up for a party everyone else had heard was cancelled. Aklu's people didn't seem to know quite what to make of the interlopers. The pack of thugs and heavies were probably not connoisseurs of hegemonic theology. However, they were keen weather vanes for the mood of their boss, and the Essil seemed to accept the cultists with equanimity, like some kind of ineffectual judgment on its ways. The gilded hiver spread their many arms towards the crew, in a gesture that eloquently conveyed well. Kreese glanced at her companions, because now they did know the location of the regalia. For a fragile moment, they retained a defiant camaraderie. Then Heerman appeared, pushing a simple 6x4 scaffold with obvious bindings for wrists and ankles, and a whole host of hooks and pins on jointed arms. You couldn't have said for definite how those arms might be deployed, but they gave the imagination plenty to chew on. Kreese looked to Solace, whose face was set in a stubborn expression. She was determined not to betray her companions to anyone else. Ollie was being bloody-minded too. Probably Kit had worked out that a Hanny wouldn't fit on that frame. It was a nastiness designed for a human physique. Damn it, she muttered, because apparently it came down to her, but then Trine stepped forward. Despite their oft-repaired leg, they managed a halfway decent parody of the Majordomo's elegant dance. How does this go? I would address the most unspeakable from my position here of abject dread. Does that work? Their fake face beamed genially at all and sundry. Show first the relics, the Majordomo cautioned. Gladly shall I so, and Trine's torso just folded outwards. Within the hollow canister of Trine's body, a honeycomb hosted a seething nest of thumb-sized insects. Slotted in front of them were the precious originator regalia. The rods and fragments hovered there without obvious support, as though they were visuals projected from some hidden lens. Despite her life being on the line, Kreese still found herself wondering how. Where does the power come from for the Agrav? She hoped Trine knew, because those relics would become trash in a blink if they lost their mystical provenance. Trine's arms spread out and the regalia drifted out from the confines of their body. All eyes tracked the fragments as they danced in the air above their many hands. Behold the treasure of an elder age, the archaeologist murmured. May I now speak? 4 sentence is pronounced. A deep, pained sound ground out from Aklu, but apparently it was positive because the majordomo said, Be brief. Whoever'd think such enemies would cozy up, Trine declared, in rough mimicry of the other hivers' rhythms. Their nest of arms spread and curled inwards, perhaps conveying something cutting to an Essiel, save that it brought the relics closer to their open body again. Who'd think to find such daggers sheathed that formerly'd been drawn, or something like that? They abandoned the pose and forced meter for a moment, rolling ghostly eyes at all the room as though mortally embarrassed. Or I mistake myself, but these robed dullards set themselves against your divine majesty. The room was very quiet when he'd finished, and he gurned at them all. Did I not do it right? Well, excuse me, oh my captors, but that's the best you'll get from me. They are enemies, is my meaning. The clown with the beard and his robed loons. Sathiel sighed. You misunderstand, my friend. We are foes, yes, but on an abstract philosophical level. No, I'm talking about the Almaru. That was the name of the ship, wasn't it, old hierograve, old sect captain? Trine swung back to face the Essiel. For lo, the vessel upon which you had placed your treasures, all secured against the world, has foundered. Who'd have thunk it'd go that way? Nobody seemed to know what was going on. Messman was obviously waiting for the signal to shut the hiver up, but Aklu just watched, fidgeting without giving any apparent order. The majordomo paused, then pulled their limbs in, steepling all 6 hands together. The architect of our misfortune came. They tried, a questioning tone to their golden voice. I can't be bothered with this nonsense talk, Trine snapped. Just tell your boss I am the foremost expert of the age. Or rather, I am the greatest scholar on originator lore this side of the hegemonic sphere, and I used to analyze architected wreckage for the war effort. Tell it that. I've gone over pieces of your Almaru, and I can tell you this for free. It was architected. You fucking what? Ollie barked out, wide-eyed. No architect, Trine declared. Someone mangled it with a gravitic drive and a complex program. The subatomic signature you'd expect is completely absent. This was someone's shoddy forgery, someone who had no idea what the freighter contained. Because let's face it, the one thing we do know about architects is that they won't go near originator gubbins. Whoever perpetrated this little scam must have been hoping for unquestioning panic at the return of the bad times, so they would surely have picked another ship to ruin if they'd known. Isn't that the case, Menhir Hierograve Sathiel? And their rack of arms made a rippling gesture towards Sathiel. You're accusing me, the cultist demanded. And Kreese read his expression of outrage and knew for certain that Trine had landed it. It all makes sense, doesn't it? She spoke up. You were the one desperate to get the Almaru into the public arena. You probably told station admin about the missing ship. Then, when they hid the Almaru, you manipulated us to break it out into the open. What were you trying to do? Get the colonies falling over each other to sign up with your masters. And was that the hegemony's idea or just yours? Just a way of scoring points with your bosses? Sathiel's face was completely composed now. For a moment, the whole universe seemed to be hanging on his response. In the end, all he said was, "This doesn't need to change anything." Excuse me, Kreese felt outraged beyond all reason. You're not even pretending you weren't behind this. Why do you care? Sathiel asked, maddeningly nonchalant still. Surely whether worlds join the hegemony or not is a little beyond your usual level of engagement with the universe. I've heard you talk, you and yours. You're not nativists or even colonial loyalists. I'll intervene on your behalf here in return for the wreck's location. That offer still stands, and it's all that matters to you, surely. Let the politics take care of itself. Joining the hegemony is for the best, you know. You haven't lived under their rule. Peace, harmony, a place for everyone, nobody goes hungry or cold. It's better. Except for the Almaru's crew, right? Ali demanded. I guess you just had to murder them all, or they might have mentioned something inconvenient next time they made port. Listen to me, Sathiel insisted. This can still go very well for you. When you're clear of Berlenhof, I'll make sure you want for nothing. You do remember that you're for hire, yes? Kreese said slowly. For a mad moment, she'd imagined a triumphal confrontation with malefactors brought to justice, like an old Earth murder story. But the only authority here was a criminal alien, and why would it care? Solace took 2 steps, ending up standing protectively by Kreese and Kittering. You intervene. The clear voice of Akluz Hiver rang into the silence. There are no words for those who meddle with the corpus of the gods. Such hubris. For a moment, nobody seemed to understand what the proclamation meant. Then Sathiel's calm facade cracked. Unspeakable, razor and hook, there was never any intent to act against you. I merely sought to advance the agenda of the Essiel, an action in everyone's best interests. His eyes swiveled to the prisoners as though to recruit them as allies. Ready yourself, Solace murmured in Kreese's ear, making her shiver. Then the whole ship shuddered around them. A low moaning seemed to issue from all the white walls at once, gleaming patterns chasing each other back and forth in shifting hues. Kreese just stood there dumbly, but Akluz's people were abruptly in motion. Heerman was shouting orders, and the bulk of the pirate court abruptly dashed out of every available exit. Somewhere on the ship, a musical voice was announcing an alert in perfect couplets. The ship was under attack, Kreese realized numbly. There was a shuddering detonation, and she felt the distinct shift to the air that meant a breach somewhere. Boarding. Almost immediately the sound of weapons fire came to them. The high searing song of accelerators, the rattle and bang of projectile guns. Someone was crashing Akluz's court with extreme prejudice. 25. Solace. Solace had heard, through her implant, a harsh TCK. It wasn't repeated, and it was easy enough to mistake for static, had anyone been listening in. Long conditioning set her pulse racing. The rescue party had arrived. Monitor Superior Tact had said they were putting a team together. There must have been a picket ship closer than she'd thought. Now she sent out her own recognition code, just a stuttering of ticks, receiving bounce back from 2 separate infiltrations. The ships would have ghosted up to the broken harvest under dead momentum, gravitic drive stilled so as to dampen any ripples that might alert the target. Everyone was so reliant on the wonders of gravitic sensor arrays. People forgot there were old-fashioned ways to do things. Then the fun would have begun, cutting into the bigger vessel's hull the moment they were clamped to it, knowing discovery would be inevitable and soon. She had no idea how many of her sisters had come for her, but likely it wasn't much more than half a dozen. Solace was shoving Kreese even as the gangsters became aware of the infiltration, pushing the woman towards the closest signal. She tried to scoot Kit along with a foot, too, but the Hanny skittered away from her. They were unaware of what was going on and, reasonably enough, didn't trust her judgment. "Trine," she shouted. "Here." Her voice was almost lost in the general commotion, but the hiver picked it from the air and limped towards her. They still had the regalia, Solace saw, their arms carefully folding the pieces back into their body. "Go, that way." Solace shoved Kreese onwards, seeing the next few moments unfold in her mind. Heerman had gone to order the defense, but Messman was right there and off the leash. He was going for Trine to get back their precious relics, punching down an out-of-place cultist and shoving one of his own people aside to do so. Solace, unarmored, unarmed, went for him anyway. A human gangster got in the way and turned a magnetic pistol on her. or offered it to her as far as she was concerned, because he was far too close and a knife would have served him better. She got a hand on the barrel and twisted it against his thumb until he wasn't holding it anymore, then slammed a shoulder to his chest and a heel onto his instep, knocking him onto his back as she turned the gun on an incoming castigar. She was also too close to really be relying on ranged weaponry, but she was just quick enough to chew the thing's blockish head off with half a dozen high-velocity flechettes, all of which left her too late to help Trine. Trine was still coming, though. Solace saw that Ollie had rammed Messman with her walking frame again, hard enough to stagger him. Even as he recovered, glaring murder at her, the specialist yelled some kind of war cry. A section of her frame shot forwards, turned into a makeshift metal javelin. It lanced through Messman's chest and pinned him to the far wall, writhing and howling. For a moment Solace dared to hope that it might have destroyed the symbiote at his back. Then, of course, he was working his way off the shaft, bloody foam at the corners of his mouth. She put 7 flechettes into him to slow him down, but reckoned their effect would be minimal. Solace! It was Kreese's voice, and she glanced over to see the woman standing by an armored Partheny myrmidon. Trine, that way. The hiver had already gathered as much and was hobbling towards Kreese accordingly. Solace looked about for Kit, but the Hanalambra was nowhere to be seen. Ollie. The specialist was already scurrying in the other direction. She cast a baleful glance over her shoulder as she yelled, "No!" A gunman tried to get in her way, and she rammed the tip of one of her walker's legs into the man's knee. Solace heard the crunch from across the room. "Ollie, Timo, please." Solace ran after her. "We'll get to the vulture. We'll get Idris." Solace glanced about, seeing that the throne room was almost empty, though she could still hear shots outside. A group of thugs had formed up around Aklu to escort the Esil elsewhere. Sathiel and the cult had already left by another route. The chief remaining threat was Messman, still nearby and almost free. She shot him another 3 times just for the hell of it, emptying the magazine, then took up the projectile rifle dropped by the man with the smashed knee. She headed after Ollie at a run. "Just leave me alone, Patho." Ollie had taken one of the circular corridors out, following some indicator on the walker's board. She wasn't headed towards the vulture. "I've business to take care of here, something of mine to get back." "Is it your suit?" Solace demanded. "Ollie, it's not worth your life. And it's not worth mine, and I should leave her to it. She hates me anyway." Yet Solace carried on running, barely able to keep up with the skittering of the walker. At least Kreese and Trine were with her sisters. "You wouldn't understand," Ollie shouted over her shoulder. One of the Harvest's crew crossed her path, perhaps just some perfectly innocent technician on his way to repair something. Ollie ran the man over, trampled him, and barely slowed. "You don't know how long it took me to make it mine." She looked at her instruments and took a sudden left, then up, the walker scrabbling at the gradient, slipping a little. It gave Solace the chance to catch her. And then they had broken out into a spherical room. Someone's quarters, no need to guess whose. There was a bed suspended in a grav in the room's center. A big one, too, suggesting that Messman either liked company or was a very restless sleeper. Several tanks and hoses were set into one wall, some concession to his hybrid biology. Maybe the symbiote liked to detach and go for a swim every so often. And there was the scorpion, already mounted on one wall with its arms spread. Plenty of room for it here. Messman's quarters were bigger than the vulture's drone bay. He wanted a trophy, he'd said. And despite all the scorpion's threat and power, here it was no more than a specimen pinned to a card. The rest of the room was a mosaic of faces, and that was what had stopped Ollie just inside the doorway. They were virtual images, larger than life-size. Probably there were more than 100, though Solace had no wish to count them. They were almost all twisted in pain, fear, or desperation, where those emotions applied. Most were human, men and women both, and at least a handful of Partheni. There were some Hani too, a few knots of eye-tipped castigar tentacles and a beautiful metal mask, probably from a Hiver frame. And all these beings were dead, Solace knew. She knew because she saw Rollo's likeness there, his last moments from Messman's point of view. The Tathiat apparently liked to record mementos of his work. They were standing within his resume. She heard Messman coming just then, the soft scuff of him as he loped into the room behind them like a beast. He still managed to throw a solid punch into her ribs and took the gun from her, sending her tumbling down into the shadow of the floating bed. Ollie spun the walker to face him, but he just flipped her over, rolling the frame onto its side and half spilling her out of it. "I should be killing your friends now," he told Solace flatly. "But my sister will deal with the mess. She's the homebody. I'm the people person." He stepped down into the curve of the room, the gun held loosely in his hand. "I will be made to suffer for my failures. The razor will cut me for how I've handled things. But I will remember then how I made you two bitches suffer, and that will warm me when my guts are out on wires again." Solace went for him before he'd finished speaking, and he looked gratifyingly put out at that, a man who liked his own monologues. She slapped the gun barrel aside so he couldn't just shoot her, then her thumb went into his eye. She struck hard enough to hook the rim of his socket and rammed his face into the hard plastic of the bed. He grabbed her throat with one hand. His ungouged eye stared at her, wide and mad. He grinned. "They don't tell you about the pain," he explained conversationally, incrementally tightening his fingers. "When the blessing comes to live within your flesh, you know you'll live forever, but they don't tell you how these cuts and bruises still hurt. But the unspeakable understands. He hurts you until nothing hurts anymore. Then you can really reach your full potential." He tried to snap at her fingers with his teeth where her hand gripped his skull, and she yanked it away, trailing blood and viscous jelly. She could look into the ruined pit of his socket and see the tissues busily mending themselves. But not for long, because there were black spots dotting her own vision and her breath was failing. "One day, a legion of my people will make your precious angels extinct," he told her. "We are better than you'll ever be." The sound of the scorpion wrenching itself off the wall and crashing down behind him was like thunder. Messman threw Solace across the room, but she bounced off the bed, landing up against the rounded wall, surrounded by the faces of the dead. How did Ollie climb up to her frame? She wondered. But of course, Ollie was still lying in the overturned walker, eyes closed as she linked into the scorpion's systems remotely. Messman came to the same conclusion and went for her, but the big frame caught him with one boathook arm and slung him across the room. He hit hard enough to crack the nacreous wall on the far side, extinguishing a dozen dead faces. Blood, tears, and nameless alien ichor ran down his face as he straightened up. "It won't help," he barked. He raised the gun to shoot at Ollie past the scorpion. 2 bullets sparked from its casing. Then Solace tackled him and grabbed the weapon. She kicked away from the Tathiat and shot him in the arm, an event he barely deigned to notice. "Kit, you there?" Ollie said. It would have been a non sequitur, except Solace saw she was speaking into the walker. "Kit, come on now." Scorpion went for Messman, who did his best to vault over it. Blades and drills made a mess of the wall he'd fallen against. Then the tail clotheslined him across the chest, knocking him sideways. The frame tried to pounce and pin him, but he rolled out from beneath it. Instantly he was up again and made it to the fallen walker, ripping it aside to get at its passenger. Ollie was desperately shrugging her way backwards across the floor, face locked in a snarl. Solace rushed Messman again, kicking at his knee. She felt it grind, saw it snap back into shape a moment later. She rammed an elbow into the center of his back, the articulated spine that was the symbiote. Maybe it didn't share in the unnatural resilience with which it had gifted him. It was like striking stone, and she felt something fracture in her own arm, a shock of pain up to the shoulder that startled a scream out of her. Messman, never one to miss a chance, had that arm in his hands a moment later, using it as a lever to throw Solace at the oncoming scorpion. She bounced off it, narrowly avoiding being impaled on its drill. It reached Messman a heartbeat before he could stomp on Ollie, half severing one arm with its cutting claws and impaling him on its hook. Using his other hand, the Tathiat took hold of the scorpion's pincer arm at its base and twisted. One foot on the frame for purchase, he contorted his whole body, muscle against muscle. With a convulsive heave, he ripped the scorpion's limb clean out of its socket, leaving it dangling from a handful of cords and ducts, the claw still snapping feebly. He went for the bubble next, finding the catch and wrenching it open before casting the armored casing aside. Ollie was screaming in rage, and Solace staggered over to try and haul him off it. She took a foot to her solar plexus for her trouble and sat down, abruptly unable to breathe. She couldn't have said when Kittering actually made his appearance. The little Hanny was abruptly there on the scorpion's back, clinging tight with his 6 legs. The scorpion's tail arched over him until its tip was within range of his reaching mouthparts. Messman spotted him a moment later and lost a valuable moment staring, not sure what was going on. Then he decided it was nothing he wanted to permit and swatted Kit off the frame, sending the Hanny tumbling across the room. "Now," he said, and reached into the scorpion's opened bubble, taking hold of the control board there. "Let's neuter your bastard pet." The scorpion's tail lashed forwards, driving its tip deep into Messman's shoulder. He barely shifted, just shrugging with the impact. "Is that really all you've got left?" he asked, and ripped out the entire control board in a visceral tangle of severed wires and conduits. For a moment Solace thought Ollie could keep on puppeteering the thing remotely, but the entire frame spasmed and then went still, utterly dead. "Ha," said Messman. "Ha." He smacked his lips and Solace saw a greenish residue leaking from them. Abruptly he shuddered from head to toe, swaying alarmingly until he was leaning on the bed. "The fuck?" he demanded. "The exact fuck what?" He seemed to have forgotten they were there. Something clattered to the ground at his heels. A long black and yellow lobster-looking thing, arching and flailing. Its underside was raw, red with human blood, bristling with contorting cilia. "Oh," said Messman, and more stuff was seeping from his mouth, nose, and eyes. Oh no." Then he jackknifed forwards, vomiting. What came out looked a lot like the sort of anatomical details people preferred to keep inside. That done, he stared down at what he'd voided, then fell onto his face and was still. Solace made a sound. It mostly conveyed disgust, but was at least partly impressed. "You found a poison." Ollie had been researching, she remembered. At the time it had just seemed a convenient cover for Solace's own message home, but Ollie and Kit had been scouring the xenobiology databases of Berlinhof's academia and monopolizing the Vulture Gods printers for something chemically complex. "Kit," Solace called, suddenly aware that the Hanny hadn't resurfaced. She found him lying on his front, the screen on his back cracked and dead. His limbs were twitching, and she had no idea if that meant he was stunned or if he was dying. She could carry him, of course, but could she carry him and Ollie? Looking around, Solace saw that the specialist had dragged herself back to the walker. She deprised a hatch open and was sorting through the tools spilling from it. Sensing her gaze, Ollie looked daggers back. "I guess this is where you tell me how much better the Pathos are for not getting themselves into trouble like this." Her face was wet with tears of pain and fatigue. "Just go, Patho. Go back to your friends. Get Kit and Crease and the Hiver out. Get Idris." "What are you trying to do? Why do you care?" Ollie, we don't have time for this. Please just tell me. The woman scowled at her. Walker boards compatible with Scorpion board. Link them and I can use it to replace what that fucker tore out. Then show me. Direct me, Solace said. I'm not a tech, but I know enough to get things done. I hope. Fuck you, Ollie replied, barely able to get her words out past all the anger. Fine then. Why though? Why put off the inevitable? We all know the pathos are coming for us to remake us all in your image, right? You're seriously going to tell me you're all real angels and that would never happen? Solace started to work, disconnecting the board from the walker as swiftly as she could, letting Ollie's clipped directions guide her hands. She composed what she wanted to say in the moments of quiet in between, what she'd been thinking ever since her first clash with the specialist. And why do I care what she thinks? Not like it'll change anything. But Solace did care. Ollie's accusations stung because they could so easily have been true. You know, the biggest topic of discussion in the Parthenon since the start? She asked. As Ollie sure as hell wasn't going to ask her to elaborate, she continued. We asked ourselves what Dr. Parsifal actually wanted when she created us. She designed our society, coded our genome range, picked what she liked from a dozen Earth ethnicities and cultures. She even had a personal hand in a lot of our early tech. She was a polymath, smartest woman there ever was. Hate her already, Ollie responded, then said. Not that, the other one with the yellow tape around it. And yet we still don't know what she wanted, Solace went on, following each terse instruction. This was before the architects, you know. Did the doctor want to come back to Earth, kill every boy child and institute the tyranny of mothers? Or did she just want some part of humanity to develop that wasn't fucked up in so many ways, and she thought parthenogenesis was the best way to make that happen? She wrote a whole load of science manuals, but no sociology at all. Then the war came and nobody had to decide. We were humanity's estranged sister, returning to the fold when we were most needed. We were the warrior angels, and everyone loved us. The Walker's board came free because colonial tech was designed to be taken apart and cannibalized at a moment's notice. She dragged it over to the Scorpion, feeling her injured elbow every step of the way. Then Ollie talked her through what to keep and what to discard. She was expecting more of Messman's crewmates any moment, and the sound of gunfire still rattled from elsewhere in the ship. But she was working quickly, and Ollie's instructions were clear and to the point. It had only been minutes. Then the war was over, she went on, prising at a bent plate, and step by step things went sour. You know that already. It's in your historiotypes too. Eventually it was so bad we just left Hugh outright. And then we started talking again about what Dr. Parsifal meant. You ever hear of the war party? Sounds like a riot, Ollie said weakly. It started in response to the nativists. It had one message. They will come for us, so we have to go for them first. Generals, scientists, philosophers. They were mobilizing the fleet to swing right around and come back to Hugh, only not for talks. You ever hear that? Only a matter of time, right? Ollie grunted. Start connecting now if you're going to. Patch me in. But one day, the entire war party leadership was found dead, Solace said grimly. All 5 of them, all in different ships, different star systems, all shot dead. Fuck, said Ollie, despite herself. What, you're going to tell me that was you or something? Me, I was in suspension. Only heard about it next time they woke me up. A lot had changed by then, and nobody knows who did it to this day. But the cabal that took over, they made it plain that is not us. The Parthenon will not become what you people fear. And the war party died because we were so close to becoming that very thing. Do you understand? We have the best ships, the best weapons. We come from the vat ready to fight, quicker to learn, just better. Fuck you. Yes, yes. Solace's hands were anticipating Ollie's guidance now. She was getting the hang of this mishmash colonial tech. But we made a decision that we were going to use our skills to be the shield and not the sword. Who knows? That decision might get made again, differently in the future. But anyone trying to do that's going to think about the war party. She laughed, half bitterly, half embarrassed. You know what media types do the rounds back home? There are things we're not supposed to see, but everyone has a bootleg copy. Stuff that students smuggle into the dorms. She stopped suddenly. Actually, I won't. Oh no, you better finish that thought. What? Sach ve fame, Solace said, means stories of the starving, stories about your people, the colonials. I can't begin to tell you how offensive that is, Ollie told her. I know, I'm sorry, but there's always some colonial girl, and she's born to a hard life with no food on a hostile planet. She makes it to one of your military academies and has rivals and friends, and it's like our life, but different, more different. She's brave and has adventures and probably falls in love with a girl or even a boy, or both, and the scorpion groaned and lurched sideways. For a moment it seemed about to fall on Solace and crush her, but then it caught its balance. I'm in, Ollie said. Then there was a long silence as Solace contemplated all the killing implements she had just made available to the woman. I still don't like you, the specialist said tiredly, or your people. And if you think that finding out you all love reading goddamn school stories about all those military academies we don't have makes me like you any better, then. She hacked out a sound that was part cough and part laugh. That was the dumbest thing I ever heard, what you just said. You know that, right? Solace shrugged and stepped back from the scorpion. I am not a diplomat, she said with feeling. I'm a soldier. I love the Parthenon. But that doesn't mean I want everyone to be like us. The Sach ve fame, they're stories that celebrate difference. They're all about teaching us to love the colonies despite everything. So the war party won't happen again. So we won't be like that, whether Dr. Parseffer wanted it or not. Ollie had bared her teeth in frustration, as she clearly needed help for the next stage. At Solace's awkward look, she merely waved her truncated arms irritably. Solace picked her up, cradling her as best she could, and fumbled her into the scorpion's torn cockpit. Ow, bitch, Ollie yelped. Are you crying? She had one eye on Solace, one on her board, where the displays were lighting up with unhappy colors. You get real sad about these starve-why stories. I think my arm is broken, Solace said, truthfully enough, although it wasn't just that. That's so. My blockers aren't keeping on top of the pain anymore. Blockers, right, Ollie said. Forgot you were better than the rest of us for a moment there. Humblest apologies. Solace waited for her to say that was a joke, but apparently it wasn't a joke. Things had perhaps reached a détente between them, and maybe that was as much as she could hope for. Where are your lot at? The specialist asked, taking a few careful steps in the scorpion, working around its busted leg. Kreese and Trine are already on the Corday, that's the Partheny ship. Solace had been trying to keep track of the coded transmissions. You and Kit should. We'll be getting out of here on the Vulture, Ollie told her. You take your chances with us, or with your people, but we are not losing the ship. And we're keeping Idris for that matter. Fine, and I'm not in a position to argue between my injured arm and the frame I've just got you into. You bring Kit. Ollie led the way, the hand he held with surprisingly gentleness in two of the scorpion's arms. The remaining limbs all worked together to send her lurching crabwise down the corridors of the broken harvest. They ran into a couple of Aklu's people almost immediately, tough-looking men with guns. They took one look at Ollie and the scorpion and ran in the opposite direction. Distant shooting came from elsewhere on the ship. You even know where to go? Solace asked the specialist. Sonar pulse, Ollie said shortly. Bounces like a beauty down all these tunnels. Got a big room up ahead that isn't where we were. Hope it's a docking bay, hold, somewhere else with access to the outside. There were two bodies ahead, tumbled into one another at a conjunction of tunnels. The Scorpion stepped over them, and Solace followed. The pain in her arm was only mounting, all that mechanic work having pushed the fracture past the point where she could ignore it. The injury ate into her combat readiness, chewing at the edges of her concentration. Then Ollie was moving downhill, at first scuttling, then galloping, and at last simply sliding because the corridor became a shaft. Solace was right on her metal heels, trying to slow herself because she could really do without a broken leg as well. The Scorpion landed on 3 legs and 2 arms, one of which buckled. Kit's curled form was still held protectively close. Then, even as Solace dropped down to join them, Ollie was tilting the frame to avoid a scatter of magnetic shot that drilled holes into the frame's body. Solace ducked behind her, seeing a couple of Aklu's people running past. They were rushing down a much broader thoroughfare, heading elsewhere. And in their wake came Aklu itself, the unspeakable Aklu, the razor and the hook. The Esil glided into view, still perched on its A-grav couch as though part of a procession, and just wondering where the cheering crowds had got to. Its gilded hiver majordomo marched to one side, 2 holes punched in their tragic face, but otherwise none the worse for wear. On the other side was Heerman, the Tathiat woman. She called for her boss to hurry and began shooting at the Scorpion. Ollie cried out, hunched as low as she could get in the horribly exposed cockpit. With a bizarre feeling of sacrilege, Solace returned fire. She emptied the gun at the whole pack of them, knocking Heerman back with a hole in her chest, for all the good it would do. Then she saw what was coming and yelled at Ollie to get back, get down. Except there was no back nor down to be had. The 4-legged hiver with the rotary cannon stalked into view and leveled their entire body at the Scorpion. Solace wasn't sure what ordnance it was packing, but surely enough to turn the frame into scrap and her, Ollie and Kit into bloody shreds. "Shoot it," the specialist shouted at Solace. "No ammo." "Some fucking soldier." And then a line of accelerator shot tore the hiver apart, even as the cannon spun up. It clipped off the hiver's leg, and a slick of frantic metal insects spilled out like living intestines. Another lashing barrage came, almost invisible save for its effects. It tore away one of the gilded majordomo's arms before shearing through Aklu's couch. With a scream of overstressed machinery and failing gravity engines, the whole stately conveyance sagged to one side and plowed into the corridor wall, tearing up the mother-of-pearl inlay and leaving a blackened gouge of fried circuitry. A pair of Partheni in full armor ran into view, trying to shoot past the downed couch at Heerman, who they'd obviously identified as the real threat. Ollie ran the Scorpion forwards, tail high, to serve the woman the same way as she had Messman. The unspeakable didn't look as though it would be razoring or hooking anyone in the immediate future, or perhaps forever, if the Partheni finished the creature off. Then Aklu began to move. Ollie skidded to a sudden halt and began backing away. Her eyes were wide as plates, and perhaps some smidgen of that was respect, from one enthusiast of the mechanical arts to another. The bulk of the broken couch was left behind, as Aklu unfolded a body out of it like a deep-sea monster forcing itself from a crevice. It rose up on a frame that was mostly segmented metal tentacles, black ringed with gold at the annular joints. In moments, the Esil was borne aloft once more, the shimmer of a gravitic shield about its body. One limb lashed out like a whip and slapped down a Partheni myrmidon, hard enough to send cracks crazing across the plates of her armor. "We go now," Solace told Ollie. She'd been told her sisters would hold here and draw the enemy off. She was to get herself and any other civilians out. "Do you know where they attached the Vulture to this ship?" Your sonar good for that. On it, Ollie closed her eyes to prioritize the frame's artificial senses. Fuck me, though, did you see that? She sounded more impressed than Solace would have liked. I'm still seeing it. Aklu was retreating down the broader tunnel, with Heerman and the Majordomo running interference. The mass of tentacles undulated beneath and around it, finding purchase on walls and ceiling. It carried the whole assemblage along faster than Solace could have run. Got to get me one of those someday, Ollie said. For her part, Solace was remembering the odd respect the Essil had shown the specialist, and now perhaps she understood. And is that what made it a renegade? The desire to move under its own power. Does that count as incurable insanity amongst a species that's supposed to just take root? Some weird part of her was trying to feel sympathy towards the alien gangster. A convenient anthropomorphic narrative that likely didn't get anywhere near a truth the Essil would recognize. Then they dropped another level into a smaller corridor, mercifully away from where Aklu had been heading and Ollie had found a hatch. I can't access ship systems, she complained. Hegemony tech is not goddamn cooperating. I've got the Vulture linked in, though. It's either right past here or it's right past the next hatch along and this goes into hard vacuum. How lucky do you feel? Hey, don't fall over on me. I'm not carrying you in kit. I'm fine. Solace felt anything but fine, but she'd be damned if she was going to admit it. Go for it. Ollie set the Scorpion's drill arm to the hatch and selected the smallest bit she had. She made a hole a little thicker than a human hair, and there was no instant loss of pressure, no fog of water crystals as the air froze. Solace took that as a good sign, as Ollie employed 3 separate arms to wrench the stubborn hatch open. Then, finally, they were looking at the umbilical that led into the Vulture's drone bay. They piled into the scavenger ship, and Ollie went straight for command and began working on detaching them. Solace took Kit to the Hanny's little room and decanted him into his suspension pod. He didn't seem to have anything else that resembled a bed. Then she went for the human suspension pods and Idris. He was still there, and Solace breathed a huge sigh of relief. However, the bed's rudimentary readouts showed his condition had only deteriorated. Now would have been a really good time for him to have woken up, ready to take control of the ship. But he looked so fragile, a hollowed-out colonial with big ears and a thin face. Even unconscious, he seemed somehow frightened, and with good cause, she supposed. He faced the void for a living, and everyone thought that meant that ints were just inured to it, naturally resistant to its horrors. Except he'd told her, way back in the Berlenhof medical camp, that it wasn't like that. They could navigate the void, but it didn't make it any less monstrous to them. It just condemned them to face it. The ship shuddered around her, and for a moment there was no internal gravity at all. Then it snapped back, wrenching her arm and all the other bruised and abused parts of her. She heard Ollie shout over the comms, "We're away." Then, on its heels came, "Fuck me, everyone's away. What's the hurry?" What now? Solace forced herself not to sit down and pass out. Instead, she hustled over to the nearby drone bay, where she could raise some working screens. She found herself looking at the petalled mass of the broken harvest, although from their perspective it was upside down. The Vulture's instruments had caught the Corday as it sped off, and Solace hoped her sisters had all made it out alive with Kreese and Trine. Another ship was underway further out, a blocky colonial wedge a little bigger than the Vulture god. She enlarged the image to see it was covered in arcane-looking patterns in gold, red, and purple, marking it as Sathiel and company making good their escape. Then she saw what Ollie must have spotted, which had triggered the exodus. The Harvest's gravitic drives were powering up, reaching for unspace. "We're too close," she said, as Ollie did her best to haul them as far from the bigger ship as possible. "Good luck to you, you bastard," came Ollie's voice. We are going to have trouble with the all unspeakable again, you realize that? Yes, Solace agreed tightly. But still, Ollie went on, then the vulture's instruments froze briefly, refusing to process the space around them in any meaningful way. Perhaps they were throwing up major philosophical objections to the universe bending out of shape. Then they unlocked, reporting that the broken harvest had vanished itself away. In its wake, the Corday was hailing them. Before Ollie could create a major diplomatic incident and demand Crease's return, Solace patched into their comms from the drone bay. Corday to Vulture and Myrmidon Executor Solace, came the crisp voice of one of her sisters. Myrmidon Executor Grace speaking. We are for the Heaven Sword, follow us in. Welcome home, sister. On another channel, one that excluded the Corday, Ollie's voice came in calm and flat. It's like that, is it? And I bet you're already in your shiny tin suit with that hole maker in your hands, right? That would have been a good idea. The thought of getting into her armor seemed so logistically exhausting that Solace found herself swaying. What's your plan, Ollie? Idris needs help. Kit needs help. I know absolutely nothing about Hanny Med. My people can help. And do you really trust Hugh anymore? She expected a barrage of expletives, but Ollie was quiet, thinking, the channel still open between them. I can see you now, she said at last. You really haven't tooled up, have you, you dumbass? I could just open the hatch on you. You're practically standing on it. I appreciate that I'm not making the best tactical decisions at the moment, Solace said. Ollie made a disgusted sound. I wouldn't just abandon Crease to your lot, would I? But there was less venom in her tone than her words might have suggested. Tell the executioner we're on our way to the scaffold. Solace wanted to correct her. Executor, one who does. It's not about killing people, but does implied a wide remit and killing was in there somewhere. Ollie wasn't going to let her off that hook so easily. Vulture to Corday, she told the other ship. Lead on, sister. We'll follow. 26. Idris. In Idris's memories, the architect died. And in dying, its final energies lashed out across space. The gravitic convulsion whiplashed through the Heaven Sword, shattering bulkheads, opening compartments to space, rupturing its gravitic drive. The colossal mass loom, which had done so much damage, was caught as it prepared for another salvo. The frustrated energy it had harvested from unspace set catastrophically free. Then the front third of the ship was smeared into a spray of fragments, each worked into a filigreed caltrop as unique as a snowflake. Abruptly, the ship was dying, dealt a single all-consuming blow its shielding had been unable to deflect. Idris's mind was ripped from the dying architect, and he had a moment of utter revelation. Infinite clarity where the universe extended away from him forever, and he was so insignificant that he lost himself in the midst of it. Even as Solace pulled him away, he could still feel the architect's mind, the last dregs of it, surrendering to oblivion. Did it call out to its fellows? He felt that it did, not to whip up vengeance or summon help, but just so that they knew, so that the gargantuan world breaker did not die alone. He lost consciousness too when it finally let go, the spark of it winking out like the extinction of a star. When he woke, Solace was holding his hand still, or, in retrospect, again. Because several days had passed, and presumably she hadn't just been glued to his side like someone's pining pet, but she'd stayed there, this random Parthenay soldier who'd been told to look after him. All around them the beds had stretched away, a camp of the injured and dying too big to station in orbit. The shockwave of the architect's death had crippled half the fleet and ruptured a dozen orbitals too. The sheer fallout of their triumph had bred more wounded than the actual battle. Architects didn't normally leave many injured in their wake. Hi, he croaked and squeezed her hand. She must have been half dozing herself because she jumped and yelped. Then she stared down at him, a slow smile spreading across her face. They were in the camp together for 2 weeks. Solace was fully recovered long before he was, but there just weren't enough ships to take the wounded away. Of the pride of the Partheny, only the Ascending Mother still existed as anything other than scrap, and she was already over capacity with survivors from the Cataphracta and Heaven's Sword. More vessels were on the way, but until they arrived, everyone had more leisure time than the war had ever allowed. Idris even found himself forgotten by the intervention program for a blessed while. So he became an honorary Partheny, playing Landstep and Go and 2 worlds with Solace and her sisters. He lay beside her at night, tucked into the warmth of her body, just 2 veterans given a moment of peace. He opened his eyes. Here, now, she was still holding his hand. She hadn't really aged since Berlenhof, but then neither had he, for other reasons. The only change was the infirmary, which was a big open room in Partheny blue and gray. For a nasty moment, he thought this was still his memories bleeding into one another, because the insignia on the wall was the familiar winged blade of the Heaven's Sword, and that ship had very definitely not survived the Battle of Berlenhof. Except now he recalled they just reused the name, honoring the fallen by giving it to the next ship of the same class to come out of the yards. Heaven's Sword, aye then, and for some reason he was aboard it. "Hi," he croaked, and just like before, Solace jumped. She looked about as beaten up as last time too, badly bruised and with a thin medical sleeve over one arm. "Medic," she snapped. "He's awake." She kept hold of his hand, though. And again he felt it was as much for her benefit as his. The doctor who hurried over wasn't Partheny, a lean, hawk-faced man in white, his hollow cheeks scruffy with salt and pepper stubble. His clothes looked Hewishu, something governmental. "Menhir Telomere," he said, his voice severe. "Your readings are still slightly outside what I'm comfortable with. I'd advise you not to think too hard about anything, but it's probably unavoidable under the circumstances." He seemed somehow distant, dismissive, as though dealing with a commodity, not a person. Idris was about to thank him when the clothes and manner threw up an unpleasant suggestion. "You're liaison board, aren't you?" The body that had taken over from the old intervention program when Hugh decided it needed a corps of peacetime ints and didn't much care about how it got them. The doctor stared at him with faint outrage. Maybe he wasn't used to being addressed by experimental subjects. Solace squeezed his hand again. "We had to reach out to them," she said flatly. "Who else knew int neurology?" "So, what does it mean?" Idris asked weakly, still eyeballing the doctor. "We're on one of your ships, but there's a Hugh medical team, or—" "Not just a medical team," she confirmed. "Because you and the others are here, and Trine and the Regalia, that means everyone's here. Hugh diplomats, hegemonic cult, everyone." "Aklu." "Well, not quite everyone then," she admitted. "Thankfully. Look, people are going to want to talk to you, if you're up to it." "I want to talk to people. Let's have all the people. Let's just get this over with." "Idris." "Thank you." She blinked. "What?" "For sticking with me, then and now." He closed his eyes. "We're over Berlenhof, right? That was where I was trying to get us. That was the only landmark. Because of what we did back in the war. Well, good. Let's get it done. Let's open the diplomatic bag." Solace went past that on. But of course, the united diplomatic staffs of the major galactic powers weren't going to assemble at Idris's personal request. So that left him in the infirmary, sampling the Partheny agrav, which always seemed a hair stronger than colonial standard. "The others will want to know you're awake," Solace said when she came back. "Kreese has been frantic." What happened exactly? He was asking Solace, but the liaison board doctor was suddenly at his elbow, running a rod-like instrument over his head like a magician. You suffered a recursive loop from too many subordinate layers, the man told him. How many sequential jumps precisely? Lost count. I was being hunted. Idris glared mulishly at the man. The sensation of a predatory presence is entirely the human mind's reaction to the peculiar properties of unspace, the doctor told him. The modern literature is fully in agreement. That's what you tell your convicts, is it, before you screw with their brains? Idris asked, smiling pleasantly. I was being hunted by an Ogdru navigator. They can track a mind through unspace. Who knew? That is entirely impossible, the doctor told him, spreading condescension like a rich man with butter. You'd better hope we don't really end up in a war because we're so screwed with people like you in charge. Idris was maintaining his smile, though he felt it was tearing at the edges. That saw off the doctor, but not Solace's judging expression. They did bring you back, she pointed out. I don't even know what a recursive subordinate loop layer is. Neither do I, Idris admitted. I think they imported all the long words after my time. He blinked at her. You haven't been sitting there all this time, have you? Sometimes it was Ollie, sometimes Crease. Kit's been in a tank most of this time, but he was on his feet today. Came round to look at you. So there's a handy mercenary surgeon on board too, by the way. On the Parthenon's tab, all of this, in case you were wondering. Well, I hope they're not saving my friend's lives just to bribe me. He smiled weakly, but it was far more genuine than what he'd offered the doctor. Solace's expression, though, told him that might be exactly what was happening here, and that the Parthenon's offer was going to come up sooner rather than later, probably delivered direct from her superiors. She went off to get him something to eat and fetch the others. In her absence, he tried to work out how he felt about her. It was about time he did. After all, he'd woken up precisely twice in the last 6 decades, and she'd been there both times. Had to mean something. It wasn't as though he'd fallen madly in love with the beautiful warrior angel like some mediotype, but they'd been forged in that same 30 minutes of fire and she'd got him out. They de-lived when so many hadn't, and when she'd come back into his life, even with her ulterior motive, he'd felt something. Perhaps she had too. He didn't know what to do with any of it. His life hadn't exactly equipped him for this kind of thing. As he lay there introspecting, a squad of soldiers walked into the infirmary. These weren't Partheni but colonial Navy men. He tensed, expecting Mordaunt House, the liaison board, some kind of trouble. Seeing who it was, though, he blinked, mouth suddenly dry. Hi, big sis. Not his actual sister, of course. She died in the Polyaspora when he was very small indeed. But all of that first class out of the intermediary program had ended up using that nickname. She was the one woman who'd gone ahead of them, the original, the proof of concept. Xavian Torino, known to the post-war colonies as Saint Xavian. She was a few years his senior. At the time of the miracle at Forthbridge, she'd been 15, just a barefoot girl on the freighter Samark. She'd faced up to an architect and sent it away, saved her ship, saved a planet, saved humanity because suddenly there was hope. Idris had first met her when the intermediary program reached the human subject stage, 8 years later. This was after the scientific establishment had finally accepted that Xavian's mind really did interact with unspace in unique ways. Then they'd taken over 300 volunteers like Idris and killed 90% of them, trying to replicate the effect. Nobody had stopped them. Idris didn't even hold it against them. The times had been desperate. Each architect attack killed millions at a stroke, and the experiment had worked. She was 70 years old now, he reckoned, give or take. And unlike him, she'd aged. 70 was old for a colonial. Most spacers and frontier locals wouldn't look as healthy or whole by that age, especially those who'd grown up on the refugee transports. Idris remembered her toughing it out with everyone else during the war. A thin, dark woman in outsized military surplice and cheap printed sandals, eyes huge and bright in her lean face. She'd been everyone on the program's big sister, the only person in all the universe a budding int could go to with their fears. She wept for the dead, like they all had. Yet she'd gone on working nobody harder. Then, after the war, everyone had wanted to know her story. She'd been the public face of victory. People had her on posters, medallions, mass-produced commemorative plates that somehow reproduced her likeness, without any of that starveling look about the eyes. Eventually, she went into seclusion, finding her own private retreat away from the supplicants and the pilgrims and the occasional death threats. Idris wondered if the Parthenon had ever dared to woo her, though surely they couldn't bring their match to that powder keg, not unless they really were serious about a war with Hugh. And here she was, on a Partheny battleship no less. But would her military escort really be enough? Would it stop some of the local high-ups considering just how much they wanted their own intermediaries right now? Idris. She sat where Solace had been, lowering herself carefully. What are you even? I mean, it's so good to see you, but he hadn't ever thought he would see her again, not once the war was done. Idris Telomere had just wanted to disappear. They needed this old brain again. Her face was lined, a map of all the triumphs and cares that had brought her this far. The unruly explosion of curly hair he remembered was gray-white now. The patterned robe she wore wasn't from a printer. Someone's hands had made that, and serious money had paid for it. He felt a stab of vicarious pleasure that she'd done well for herself over those past years. If anyone deserved it, it was Saint Xavian. The Partheny asked for you. Dr. Justinian did, she corrected. The liaison board don't deal with originals these days. They needed to reference my scans as a baseline, and so I came out of retirement one more time. You talk to the board much, he almost asked. Do you know what they're doing in your name? But that wouldn't be fair. As little as possible, but for one of my little brothers. You're almost the only one left, you know that. Demi Ulo S with the cartography course still and Chassans on Berlenhof with Hugh. But they're old, both of them, just like me. You'll outlive all of us, unless you keep pulling stunts like that. No promises. She regarded him then, expecting something and seeing he plainly didn't know what. At last she said, You don't have any message for me. For you, he frowned. I didn't even know I was going to run into you. What? I was told, at the planetside elevator link when we were waiting for the car. An old friend turned up, said you'd have something to say. I have no idea what you mean, he confessed. Old friend, but not one of the family. She nodded, eyes flicking to her escort. He made a little dumb show for her, two hands up, one with fingers spread, one making a talk-talk gesture with fingers and thumb. A mime for an alien of a particular shape. Ash, the harbinger, Xavian's nod was all he needed. Abruptly, his fragile sense of well-being was entirely gone. His hallucination of the harbinger in unspace had been quite enough. He didn't want Ash, of all things, to be paying him any heed. Just want to disappear, get back into space, move on before anyone catches up with me. Except events had well and truly headed him off at the pass, and here he was. Nothing you haven't already heard, he told her, and then there was a babble of voices from outside. He recognized Ollie's strident tones, and Xavian stood suddenly. We'll talk again, she said. Think Idris, there must be something. Then she was gone, and her escort with her, just before the others piled in. Idris caught Kreese looking back as though to say, wasn't that? But the rest were more concerned with making sure their navigator was in full working order. Well, look at you, awake and everything. Ollie was in a motorized wheelchair, presumably of Partheny issue. He expected there'd been a fight about whether or not she could walk around in the Scorpion. The very thought was exhausting. Idris was glad he'd been dying right then. The others looked well. Kreese was beaming from ear to ear. Kittering's arm screens were advertising what looked like some kind of handy pharmaceutical, so possibly he'd cut a deal with his physician. Solace hung back and let them have their moment, shifting aside to let Trine duck in too. Idris nodded at the academic. "I'd have thought you'd have abandoned us by now." "We've putting on a unified front," Kreese said firmly. "Trine, us. I think even Solace is being coy with her bosses," snickering at the Partheny's expression. "We were waiting for you and Kit to wake up, so we've said just about nothing." "We've still got the things?" Idris asked, wide-eyed. "Ah, no, not exactly. The Partheny have the things." Kreese shot a look at Trine. "What precisely was I supposed to do?" the archaeologist demanded tartly. "They knew what I was carrying. I couldn't just pretend to have lost them down the back of my internal backups, could I?" "Well, they're not our problem then," Idris said, feeling weirdly relieved. "Was there any money in it?" "Now we have Kit back, we are damn well going to try for it," Kreese assured him. "If for no other reason than the Vulture needs fixing up. But first, Solace was saying something about a hearing." "A hearing?" Idris looked blankly at her, then at the Partheny beyond. "That wasn't what I—" "Not a disciplinary or something criminal, but—" Solace spread her hands. "A lot happened. Everyone wants to hear from all of you and they want to hear it together. Because right now there's not a lot of trust going round. So yes, a hearing, you speak, they hear. And then you can get paid and go. She'll stay, of course, because she's a good soldier." Idris was surprised at the stab of unhappiness he felt at that, and when he met Solace's eyes, he reckoned she shared it. She'd liked being a freelance spacer. There was even an off chance she'd liked meeting up with him again. The universe was big enough for such slender possibilities. He wondered if she'd go back on ice now, or if they'd have some other mission for her. Get paid and go, remember. No more war work messing with your head. Except it seemed piecework could do that just as well. He realized he'd been staring at Solace for long enough that everyone was shifting awkwardly. "Someone tell me what's happened then," he said. "Apparently, I jumped us to Berlinhof, but I get the impression all hell broke loose soon after that." "Ah, well," and Kreese had obviously prepared quite the spiel for this very occasion. Yet even as she put her hands behind her back and stepped forward in her best leading counsel stance, a Partheny officer turned up at the door. "Myrmidon Executor," she addressed Solace. "Pret." "Pret, mother." Solace turned wide eyes on the others. "They're ready for us." "They can wait," Ollie growled. "They are humanity's combined diplomatic staff," Kreese pointed out. "Once you've cat-herded them into one room, you can't expect them to just twiddle their expensive thumbs. Idris, how are you doing?" He swung his legs over the side of the bed, took to his feet, and would have gone face first into the floor if Kreese hadn't caught him. "They got another of those chairs?" he asked Ollie. "That's Monitor Superior Tact," Kreese identified for him, pointing out a severe-looking older Partheny. "Don't you love their names, by the way? Sounds like they're laughing behind your back half the time, doesn't it?" Although she was grinning when she said it. "Kreese, please," Idris said. He found the lights in the big circular chamber overbright. He was sitting lopsided in the motorized chair, leaning on one arm. He hadn't been able to drive it properly, juddering and scraping the walls. The frustration it had engendered in him had been out of all proportion to the inconvenience. He was a navigator of starships. A goddamn wheelchair shouldn't be beyond him. Instead, he'd ground and rammed and drifted while Ollie had surged on ahead with enviable skill. Now they were here, the lot of them, taking up 1/3 of this conference chamber. The other thirds were for the Parthenon and the colonies respectively. "Okay," Kreese said. So Tact is a diplomat. And if she's taking the lead, that tells you how they're playing it. I think the woman behind her is Fleet Exemplar Hope. Hope looked like Tact's younger sister and not much like her name. If Idris had been asked, he'd have guessed at suspicion. There were half a dozen other Partheni behind them, younger, all with variations on the same features. The same ashy-colored skin and strong cheekbones, a factory-line beauty made uncanny by repetition. Kreese didn't have names for them, just adding, Hope's a full-on fighter, but you'd expect her to be present, given we're on her ship. Tact is Aspirat, dirty tricks and espionage. And from the look I caught, I reckon she's Solace's boss. Idris nodded tiredly. Now over there, that's Lucef Borodin. He's out of the High Diplomatic Service office here on Berlinhof. Kreese was indicating Tact's opposite number. Borodin was stocky, graying, a match for Tact in age, but with 20 centimeters on her in height and 30 kilograms in weight. He had a flat, open face and had turned to smile at the lean woman behind him. The smile was still in place when he faced forward again, but it didn't reach anywhere near his eyes. Lady at his back is Elphine Stoll. She's supposed to be Dipesso too, but I think she's really threat analysis. You know, the sort Hugh keeps around to predict what the other big powers might do next. Stoll was regarding the Partheni with a fixed intensity. A half-dozen younger diplomats were at her back in turn, along with a familiar face, Haver Mundi of the Intervention Board, looking like his wife had left him. One of the others is probably Covert Mordant House too, Kreese noted. Mundy's here because he's met us, has a handle on us maybe, and I guess you know herself there beside him. Saint Xavian, of course, watching Idris and nobody else. He managed a faint nod to her. You'll note no military from Hugh, just civvies, Kreese added. That good? Interesting question. You might think yes, but Borodin's out of Magda. So though he's not exactly shilling for the nativists, maybe he's skewed that way. Also, maybe not sending a soldier to the Parthenon is a kind of veiled insult or something. I don't know. Some help you are. That's the spirit. Why are we even here? Before Kreese could answer that, Monitor Superior Tact finished listening to one of her subordinates and opened proceedings. Menhir Borodin, thank you for joining us. She directed a bright smile across the room at the colonials. I trust our reception has been to your satisfaction. Impeccable as always, Borodin countered warmly. Nobody was looking at the Vulture crew. Yet, and I appreciate your efficiency in setting this meeting. I'm glad the Parthenon are treating this matter as seriously as we are. Idris gave Kreese an odd look. But they didn't have much choice, surely. Now they know the architects are back, but Kreese was listening intently, a slight frown on her face. Perhaps we could commence with the Almaru wreck and its location, as it remains unaccounted for, Tact proposed. As per your request, we've left any questions for the Vulture God's crew to this meeting. Except for debriefing Solace, Idris guessed, because surely they'd done that. Had Solace noted where they ditched the freighter's corpse? Actually, Borodin put in, sounding apologetic. I have some preliminary business we need to clear up. Specifically, Hugh requires that the Parthenon repatriates our citizens currently held aboard this vessel. Kreese twitched, and Ollie leant towards her, demanding, That us? In a whisper that could probably be heard across the room. Menhir Borodin, Tact said flatly. The Council understands entirely the circumstances under which they came into your hands, Borodin said, conciliatory now, spreading his hands a little. We appreciate you letting our medical personnel aboard to give urgent care where required, but a swift repatriation really is necessary now. No doubt you've seen the tensions we're facing planetside, and indeed across the human sphere. We very much want to avoid suggestions from certain elements that anything like a hostage situation is brewing up here. Again, that reasonable smile, conveying I too can't believe we have to deal with this nonsense. Your citizens. Tact echoed, profoundly unimpressed, and Kreese murmured, Welp, this has gone some places fast. Olian Timo, Karistina Sulin Almir, and Idris Telemir. Borodin was not looking at the crew, as though their names existed only as a bureaucratic exercise. I am aware there is a Hanalambra aboard, operating under accredited commercial traveler status. There is also a delegate registered to the Second Assembly. They or their governments will need to make separate arrangements. Tact leant back a little, and the hegemonic regalia. Obviously, custody of the regalia is the primary concern for all of us. I've just been asked to deal with this bookkeeping first and foremost, which will allow us all to avoid, as I said, any suggestion of Partheny duress. Borodin nodded very seriously. Do we get a say? Kreese's voice vanished into the space, and she looked up for the ceiling mic that apparently wasn't on. A moment later, there was a loud buzz of static. The Partheny delegation twitched, almost as one. Idris guessed Ollie had patched into their electronics with her implants. Must have given their electronic security department kittens. Why don't you try again? The specialist said to Kreese, her voice loud and clear over the speakers. I don't think they heard you. At least someone was enjoying themselves. I said, Kreese started, but Tact and Borodin virtually trod on each other's words to drown them out. Idris heard, if you'll allow me as your representative from him, and when you're called upon to speak from her. I am my own representative, Kreese stated. However, the collective diplomatic glower was too much for her and she subsided. We would prefer to leave such matters to the addendum, Tact said firmly. Men here, I'll be blunt. We were on the point of dispatching the regalia for analysis when your communiqué reached us. Because certain inferences were contained therein, concerning how such Partheny actions might be construed, we put this on hold. I had very much hoped that Hugh was here to propose cross-border scientific efforts. After all, this represents a chance for both the Parthenon and the Council of Human Interests to attain parity with the Essil hegemony in the field of safely transporting originator relics. Delegate Trine has already volunteered to head up this research. That research is, of course, the main event, Borodin agreed smoothly. But our people are being held against their will on a military vessel. Until this is resolved, we cannot be expected to enter such delicate negotiations. Ah crap, Idris said, low as he could to avoid it being picked up. This is about me, isn't it? Me and the damn INT program. Well, I hope to fuck so, Ollie said. And either the Parthenon had locked her out, or she'd flicked the speakers off herself. Because I don't want any government caring this much about where the fuck I end up. So what do you want? Kreese asked him. What? Me? Idris looked at her, at Kittering's array of amber eyes and Ollie's exasperated face. Past them, he could see Solace's unhappy expression and the benevolent beam of Trine's projected visage. You want to go to Berlinhof planetside or stay with the angels, or get on the Vulture, see if we can just take off and leave them bickering, Kreese shrugged. I'm your lawyer. Tell me what you want and I'll see what I can throw together. This is insane, Idris whispered. Why is this even happening? Seriously, Idris, Kreese pressed. Just make the call. No, look. Idris tried to stand up, felt a wave of nausea and sat back down. Ollie, give me a voice, please. That last word rang out across the room, and suddenly everyone was looking at him. Look, he started, as Borodin shook his head urgently. I am sure we all appreciate, niceties of diplomatic language aside, just what Menhir Telemir represents, the man spoke over him. I'll be frank, shall I? No, look, Idris tried again. Perhaps you should, Tact agreed, seamlessly squeezing him out of the conversation. Idris wondered wildly whether the Parthenon actually had a monitor Frank somewhere in its ranks. The council cannot contemplate one of its intermediaries, a veteran of the original board, being in the Parthenon's hands, Borodin set out. I'm sure you'll deny that you've taken samples of Menhir telomere's genetic material, and we can play the usual games over just what has and hasn't been done. But our intermediary has to be repatriated immediately. Wow, Ollie remarked. Guess it's just as well it's her who's called Tact, right? All these years, Idris thought numbly, thinking I was out from under. But now he was here over Berlinhof in the spotlight. He was here because of the damned Almaru, and suddenly everyone cared what he did. In the worst way possible. He could see that a quiet life was no longer an option, not anymore, perhaps not ever. Events had made him a commodity for governments to wrestle over, and abruptly he couldn't handle it, couldn't listen to it. You're both crazy. He shouted, his voice battering about the room from the speakers. You know what happened to the Almaru. The damn architects are back, and this is what you're arguing about. There was a profoundly awkward silence, but he didn't see the shame he'd hoped to provoke. If anything, he sensed they were embarrassed for him, for his outburst. What? He asked awkwardly. Trine did their thing, Ollie put in, her own voice starting too loud then dropping as she fought the Partheny electronics. They said the Almaru wasn't architects. That old boy, the cultist, he faked it. He wanted to scare people into joining the hegemony. Right. Idris looked to Trine, wide-eyed. Say what now? He managed, very aware that a roomful of diplomats were impatient to get on with their agenda. This is the startling truth of the matter, my old friend and co-credulator, Trine confirmed, with appallingly inappropriate cheer. A hoax all along. Who, as they say, would have thunk? Idris looked across the room until he met Zavian's curious gaze. He felt sick, physically sick. Something to tell me, she said, and he'd thought she must already know. Of course, Zavian knew all about the architect threat. Everyone knew. The evidence had been mediatyped across the whole human sphere and beyond, except it had been faked. But that fakery didn't change the truth. But no, listen, he said hoarsely. Listen to me. That's not it, not at all. They really are back. The architects are moving out there. I felt them in unspace like it was the war. It's all happening again. 27. Havir. Panic, screaming. Entreaties to a divinity or imprecations against an uncaring universe. Was that what Telomere had been expecting? If so, he was going to be disappointed. Although if he'd been hoping for dumbfounded silence, at least he had that. Havir could see that the Vulture God's crew had also been caught on the hop. They were goggling at their navigator, and the lawyer, Almir, was whispering something. Surely something like, no, seriously, what? Menhir Telomere. Monitor Superior Tact recovered first. Perhaps you would like to elaborate. They're back. They were there in unspace. Idris waved his hands, clutching at something that Colville had no good words for. I felt them. It's understandable that architects were on your mind, given what you found, said Borodin sympathetically. You survived the war, we understand that. But we have Delegate Trine's report on the Almaru, and our own technicians concur with their interpretation of the data. It was a deftly managed hoax. It's true, Idris, Oliantimo added. She looked disgruntled about having to agree with Borodin or perhaps with anyone. That son of a bitch said he'd done it. All for the greater good or some bollocks, you know how they talk. Idris was holding hard to the arms of his chair, shaking. That's some powerful PTSD, Mundy thought. God, someone should just get him out of here. You don't understand, he said, each word forced out between clenched teeth. In unspace, when I was dodging the broken harvest, I had to go so deep to escape. I could feel their pilot's mind hunting me, like a beast, he shuddered. And I'd gone so far to get away, cut off from every throughway. He swallowed hard. And they were there, moving in the deep, coming back, like a wave across the universe. Menhir Telemere, perhaps you should collect your thoughts in appropriate quarters, Tax said. Not in the infirmary, which Mundy reckoned was what got cut off. Why make the poor bastard sound any more mad than he already is? Our requirements regarding our citizens have not changed, Borodin said flatly. Monitor, we know how convenient it would be if some fiction of the architect's return spread across the colonies. Convenient for the hegemonic cult, yes, but also for the Parthenon. Are you accusing us of having any hand in this hoax? No, emphatically no, Borodin said, dismissing her suggestion. However, I know full well that I'd be making what hay I could out of it if it helped me. A wave of panic about the architects would give you a great deal of leverage at the table. The warrior angel's here to protect us all, isn't that right? We'll debrief Telemere back on Berlinhof and share the results with you. Appropriately redacted, of course, Tact noted. Of course. Haver watched the Vulture God crew arguing inaudibly, because they'd turned their mic off again. Seeing the utter certainty on the Int's face, he felt a worm of worry inside him. Obviously Lusef Borodin was walking the appropriate party line, but Tact had leant back to listen to the officer behind her, and now she nodded sharply. Your solution is unacceptable, she told Borodin. The stakes have just become too high to simply let this crew vanish into Hugh custody. With all respect to Menhir Telemere, Borodin said patiently, the stakes have not changed at all. Listen to me, the intermediary burst in again, now twice as loud because their tech was having fun with the sound system. Both of you, why are you still having this conversation? Menhir Telemere, please, Borodin said, exasperated. I am a representative of your government attempting to free you from the hands of a hose of a foreign power. Will you just? What if we don't want to go? Almir put in. Haver Mundi was close enough to see Borodin tense in anger, and marveled at how little of it made its way into his voice. Mesdam Almir, the legal implications of such a defection are rather complex. You and your fellows were involved in a series of criminal actions aboard Lungcrow Station, followed by an act of piracy over Terkuma. You are now in possession of sensitive information and resources at a time of diplomatic crisis. And you are suggesting you might join a military rival. Lungcrow was under hegemonic jurisdiction at all relevant times, Almir continued. Good luck bringing the broken harvest to the dock to give evidence on how we got our ship back from them. And I will fight you in any court you care to name about our right to freedom of association and movement, Menhir Borodin. But we are not defecting to the Parthenon, nor are we meekly going to accompany you, either. Mostly because Idris thinks you'll give him to the liaison board, and he really doesn't want to have anything to do with those butchers. I appreciate that courtroom theatrics are your stock in trade, Borodin crowbarred in, but you appear to have reasoned yourself into a corner, so you're not going with us or them. What's next? We are placing ourselves in the neutral hands of the Hiver Assembly, Almir declared brightly. Specifically, as represented by Delegate Trine, for the time being we'll sit in our ship, and our ship can sit right here in the Bay of the Heaven Sword. Unless you'd rather we took the Vulture God to Berlinhof's Hiver diplomatic orbital. If we remain here, under Trine's auspices, we all know it's basically a fiction to keep us out of anyone's hands. Whereas if we actually go to the Hiver embassy, the Hivers are likely to have questions, don't you think? So I suggest you allow us to stay here and talk to whoever we want. You can both keep an eye on us that way, to make sure the other party doesn't just bundle us in a bag and cart us off. See right. Haver was working hard to keep a straight face. Borodin and Tact were just staring. Tact recovered first. Well then, as a temporary measure, that will be acceptable. There was more, but Haver was distracted by Telomere, as the man stared across the room at him. At me? Man, this is out of my hands, but Haver wasn't the focus of Telomere's gaze. Saint Xavian was sitting beside him, and Haver saw she was staring right back. Some communication passed between the intermediaries, some "I told you so" from one int to the mother of them all. And she looked 10 years older for it, as though she might collapse at any moment. The diplomats were still wrangling, but it was more for form's sake than anything else now, and at least they had a plan to follow. Minutes after they had filed out of the room, Haver was talking to Mordaunt House about the urgent need for him to go see the new asylum seekers. Getting to visit them involved the usual fun and games, but Haver had all the right hue clearances. Both sets of guards outside the Vulture God still stared at him, though. He expected he cut an odd figure in his scarecrow way, but he reckoned he'd do better than Borodin in his expensively tailored suit. That would get right up the nose of any spacer, and this lot were punchier than most. He was met by Kittering, the Hanalambra, because why not bring yet another citizenry into play? The alien's shield arms bore screens displaying a complex pattern of silver lines on black. "What's that?" Haver couldn't help but ask. "Behold the flag of the Hiver Assembly," the Hanny's translator declared proudly. Haver suspected they were making a fool of him. When did they get one, exactly? "For purpose of entering into contract with my kinsmen. Heraldry is always appreciated." Kittering made a show of examining Haver's unornamented black clothes. "Eyes are wasted on humans sometimes." "I consider myself properly told," Haver said. "Look, you probably think I'm here to put the screws on for Mordaunt House. Offer you something that serves Hugh and fucks the Partheny, that kind of thing." "All the lights," Kittering exclaimed. The figure of speech was opaque, but the artificial tone suggested agreement, and not friendly agreement. "I just want to talk to Telomere," Haver said. "I'm actually not part of the official delegation. I'm following a hunch." It struck him that his own figure of speech might not translate well to a species without shoulders. "Don't have to meet him alone. Everyone's invited. I have one question, really. That's all it is." Soon after, he found himself in the Vulture God's drone bay, perhaps the only room big enough to contain them all. The actual drones had been moved to the walls to make space, resting near a remarkable mess of disconnected wires and general mechanical gubbins. Someone had printed out a set of the cheapest plastic chairs he'd ever seen. Almir and Telomere were sitting on two of them, side by side like they were going to give a prepared statement. She was sleekly elegant in a new gold scarf and formal suit. Telomere still wore his drab spacer's clothes, looking small and unwell. A man at the fulcrum of events who wasn't prospering under the attention. Sala stood behind the Int's chair with her actual accelerator in her hands. She de-left off the armor, but the weapon could shoot someone 3 rooms away. Once again, Haver considered himself properly told. "I'm not an assassin, by the way," Haver started. "I appreciate that's also what an assassin would say. But just to clear the air." Timo entered at that point, in a damaged-looking walker frame that still had half its panels off. "You again," she observed. "Hi." Shook her head. "Just don't take too long, I need to work in here." Then she left, apparently not at all interested in whatever he had to say. Kittering had scrambled up onto another chair and was perched there precariously. Haver found a smile hard to put off. "You know, I do get to go to embassy functions now and then," he told them, lowering himself into a seat and hearing the cheap plastic creak. I know just the sort of well-dressed backs you're trying to put out with this sort of carnival. Make do and mend, right? Space or diplomacy? Almir sent a complicit look towards Kittering, face too deadpan. And then the hiver, Trine, came in with a tray. The aroma of something like biscuits gusted in with them, just off enough to suggest the vulture's food printer needed looking at. Trine bent low before Haver, proffering the tray in a lattice of their chest-mounted arms. As I am now apparently some manner of ambassador, my honored guest, it is only appropriate that I extend what hospitality I may, the hiver announced. Their translucent face bore an expression of snooty disdain. Have a cookie. Haver took one. Please tell me you'll put on this same show for Borodin and Tact. Let me have a mediotype of it, in fact, so I can watch them rupture their etiquette. Indubitably, Trine assured him. Now you'll be wanting some manner of electronic privacy. Actually, this isn't even Gov business, not even spy business, Haver said. This is just me with my police hat on, trying to tie off an investigation. Just me trying to get my report square before I hand it in and go off the case. That had their attention. They'd only put on this act to put unwelcome visitors' noses out of joint. It was only Telomere who wasn't enjoying their 5 minutes of fame. Go ahead, Almir said cautiously. Why'd you come to Berlinhof? He asked flat out. When we met, you said we should come here and, Almir began. Haver was only looking at Telomere, but he answered her anyway. I know I said you should come here, but even when I did, I thought, why the hell would you? With a whole universe at your fingertips, why would you suddenly get a dose of the law-abiding and hand yourselves in? Since when did you people do anything anyone told you to without a contract? You're excluding simple patriotism, the lawyer suggested. You know what, I absolutely am, he agreed. Menhir Telomere, was it your decision? Yes, the int was staring at his own toes. So tell me why. Did you decide you wanted to do the right thing, or was it chance even that you ended up here? Haver pressed. I want to understand. Berlinhof was like a beacon, came Telomere's quiet, worn voice. Could see it from across the universe, the grave marker of the architect we killed here. Solace put a hand on his shoulder and he unconsciously covered it with his own. And we were lost by then. Too many jumps too far out. But that marker I could follow. What? Haver had jumped to his feet. They were all staring at him, these ragged diplomats, as though he was the strange one. What is it? Almir pressed. Agent Mundy. In his mind he heard the int's voice at the hearing, telling of the storm coming from the deeps, the great fleet of the architects returning from the unthinkable vast places they had retreated to. It was like a beacon. You've been very helpful, he managed, dry-throated. Then, from sheer force of habit, he added, we'll be in touch. He did not, in fact, return to Borodin and Stoll to help them plan their negotiation. Instead, it was time to call home. Chief Larry didn't make him wait, which suggested either it was a slow day for spying or she was also having some worried thoughts about the whole business herself. So the int believes his story, she asked him. For what it's worth, yes. I mean, we both know they do burn out, go scatty. And this one's been around as long as any, aside from St. Zav herself. But it's not some scam they're running, that's for certain. Despite how the Almaru turned out, he's absolutely convinced. And St. Zav looked like she was taking him very seriously. The Saint dodged her handlers recently, Larry said sourly. But our data suggests she met with the Harbinger. She rolled her eyes. Saints, Harbingers. Our predecessors could have been less fucking messianic with their naming conventions. At his raised eyebrows, her image waved an emaciated hand. Forgive me, not been sleeping well since forever. It's just that Ash has been poking around, making his own inquiries into this business. I have never liked or trusted that creature. Ash had been an established appendage of the colonial government since long before Larry was born. Mordaunt House's successive directors had never appreciated the ancient alien's meddling. "We don't know how it knows what it knows," she complained. "And I do not believe in magic or seeing the future." "Nobody believed in unspace once," Haver said, unwisely to judge from her expression. "Chief, I don't know the truth of it, but I don't think telomeres fooling around here is all. Unscientific as it is, my gut feeling says we're in trouble." He swallowed. "How unhappy would I be if I asked about the evacuation protocols for Berlinhof?" Larry stared at him, stony-faced. "I am glad," she said, "that this is a heavily encrypted channel, because we couldn't have realistically evacuated 10% of the planet even during the war. Since which time the population has increased fourfold and nobody has their go bag and a map to their closest evac center. So let's not say things like that in earshot of anyone prone to panic, shall we?" He wanted to say, "But what if?" But she'd told him the what if. Simply put, there was no what if any more than there had been with Earth. And just as with Ash's warning to Earth, nobody was going to completely dismantle the heart of the human sphere just because of a crazy prophet. Except, he said Berlinhof was a beacon. Telomere. He said he could see it from right across unspace. "And nobody else has noticed this?" Larry demanded. "There aren't that many ints, almost none left who were at that final battle, and maybe it's like city lights obscuring the stars. You need to get further out into the countryside before you can see them clearly, or some damn thing." Haver grimaced. "I have bad feelings, Chief," and she nodded soberly. He slept on it, or tried to. The Partheny had given over a whole student dorm to Hugh's negotiating team. There were 40 beds and just a handful of occupants, but the sparse Partheny design robbed the space of any sense of luxury. Spartan was the appropriate term, on a variety of levels. Haver reflected gloomily that it was the colonies who were supposed to be poor, but colonial spaces were never plain. If you were rich, you showed it through having stuff that people could see. If you were poor, everything was patched and homemade and botched together. Being taller than the average Partheny, he ended up sleeping folded up in a weird position, so that something hidden down the side of the plastic mattress jabbed at his side. It turned out to be a Mediatype nib, just a thumb-sized data store. Filled with hopes of discovering Partheny's secrets, he cracked it open, only to find it was crammed with episodes of some Mediatype. It was prose and animation and voice drama, all about some girl from the colonies during the war. She was living on a ship, learning to be a pilot, but mostly she was arguing with rivals and having unrequited crushes on classmates of both genders. It was possibly the least historically accurate thing Haver had ever seen. He ended up watching it for 3 hours solid, feeling a weird connection to whatever Partheny naval student's life he just invaded by finding her stash of cod colonial drama. And then he heard the alarms. His comms alerts lit up like fireworks, and he knew it had happened. Architects over Berlinhof. He wouldn't have been at all surprised, but what had actually happened was the first ships had come in from Far Lux. Far Lux. The small packet runners had fled the system first, bringing urgent requests for emergency refugee facilities. And there were many more ships on the way, every ship the mining colony could get into space, and several that shouldn't have tried it. And Far Lux had quite the population these days. An architect had come out of unspace in the Far Lux system and begun cruising towards the defenseless colony planet. People had crammed every ship they could find. Far more had been left behind to watch that vast crystal moon approach, then witness the end of it all. But why Far Lux? Despite Telomere's dire warnings about Berlenhof being a beacon, it was some far-flung colony making history. It was insignificant, except for one thing. Far Lux was where the peace had happened, where humanity's intermediaries had finally reached out and touched the universe's destructive gods. 3 intermediaries, and one had been Idris Telomere. Idris. They had spread the Ints wide, after Berlenhof, to try and protect the human sphere. The battle had at least proved that intermediaries could affect the architects' movements. Even slowing an attack would mean thousands more evacuated. And the intermediary program itself was constantly brainstorming, thinking up strategies, welcoming new ideas. St. Xavian, her Ints and the program's researchers were working from first principles, assembling a patchwork science of suppositions and second guesses. Xavian was even discussing the unthinkable, making contact with their enemy. Idris had no idea if this was a colonial initiative or if she was off on her own. It wasn't as if anyone was qualified to oversee her, and her Ints would have done anything for her. After all, they had been born from pain and madness with her as their midwife. And Idris had gone to Far Lux along with Alumu Garrison and Tess Mangaline. And if their Partheny captain had rankled a little at letting these 3 colonials take turns in the pilot's chair, dragging her vessel hither and yon across the human sphere, well, that was tinted with the superstitious awe people had back then for the Ints. One thing Xavian had wanted was an early warning system. Ints were sensitive to the impending arrival of an architect. Idris remembered that from Berlenhof. He believed you could tell where they were going to arrive. Plenty of Ints did, although the actual hit rate of their predictions was too low to be useful. Still, his instincts had brought the 3 of them to the small mining colony in the little Partheny runner Yeninga. They'd found it peaceful, going about its business. Idris had half felt that the appearance of the Yeninga in their skies should have been like a comet in the olden times, chaos and panic and portents of the end of days. And the Ints had delivered their warning, but the frightened colonials had just been angry at the false alarm. They'd chewed out the scaremongering Ints over the comms, because what were they supposed to do? Just pack up and leave, because 3 crazy people told them it was the end of the world. Then all 3 Ints had gone dead silent, staggering as though the ship's agrav had faltered. 2 minutes later, the architect had torn its way into the system. It tumbled out of unspace and righted itself, its million-serried spines directed at the planet. Alumu was a small, dark man, older than Idrisaz was. He'd die 2 years later, in space as a spacer should, when the freighter he was piloting suffered a catastrophic systems failure at the exact moment it opened a path to unspace. Tess was an angular woman, starveling thin, half her face a tinted plastic mask, because she wouldn't get her reconstructive surgery until after the war. Ints were too valuable to take out of circulation for that long. She joined the Cartography Corps and bow out of colonial history that way. Vanished into unspace, searching for new throughways and planetary systems, fate unknown but not coming back. But they would live to die later. All 3 of them would live, as would every soul aboard the Yeninga, and the entire population of Far Lux. For this was the day the war ended. There was no fleet gathered at Far Lux that day, no valiant holding action planned to buy time for an evacuation. Everyone planetside was simply running for the ships, for the landing fields. The orbital's personnel were clearing out already, all except for a skeleton staff who stayed at their posts to coordinate the escape effort below. Idris had thought of them as the Yeninga moved forwards, a solitary moat against the immensity that was descending on the planet. Bureaucrats, data pushers, planners, and accountants, they were all giving their lives to save just a few more families of miners and factory workers. Numb. He'd felt numb then. He'd been living through the holocaust of war all his life, and he couldn't remember a single moment of security, always the architects ridding the galaxy of humanity one world at a time. He'd spent his childhood crammed into the hold of one ship after another, his family lost long ago. Maybe they were dead, or just scattered by too many losses and too much stress. Then as soon as he was old enough, he'd gone for active service. Because what else was there? The war didn't spare civilians anyway, so why not? As soon as he'd heard about the new intermediary program, he'd signed up for that too. He'd been chosen due to some arcane criteria he never understood. And he'd survived it when most volunteers hadn't. He'd been remade into something else inside his head, something not quite human. Then he'd gone to war. He'd been at Berlinhof. He'd touched the mind of the enemy. And so it was war he wanted to bring. The three of them were a living spearhead, and they were going to stab into the brain of the oncoming architect. What else was there? Nobody thought they'd win, not anymore. Perhaps they'd manage a nomadic existence like the Narramathi, limping from system to system, stripping worlds to build more ships so they could limp some more. Or perhaps they'd be gone, like Harbinger Ash's people. No doubt there were many other races they'd never know, because they had been so thoroughly and comprehensively removed from the universe. The Partheny captain knew they were courting death. She didn't hesitate, though. Idris and the others wanted to fly straight into the teeth of the architect, and so they went. They were a tiny fleck of dust against that barbed landscape as it readied itself to turn far Lux into another barren sculpture. Idris imagined his mind like origami, small, so small. All the complexity of it folded down to a point, so he could drive it deep into the vastness of the architect. They de-learned that whole expanse was the entity's mind, as well as its substance. He could feel Alumu and Tess making the same preparations. They couldn't coordinate, not quite, but they struck almost simultaneously. Their minds ranged across the outer reaches of the enemy, prying for a way in, becoming ever smaller, until they could slip their consciousnesses into the radiant labyrinth of its being. Then they could chase through the canals of its thoughts, looking for something to break, something to tear. The voices of the Partheny crew were in his ears, reporting and receiving orders. Every slight variance within the architect was measured and broadcast back to the planet, so that the data could travel with the refugees and get back to the program. Because there was always another battle to prepare for, another lesson to learn. Nobody knew this would be the end. Idris struck. His mind was a lance driven as far as it would go into his enemy. He sought vulnerable tissue, baffled by the sheer scale of it, as well try to stab a man to death with a needle an atom wide. He clawed at it. He screamed in the halls of its brain, beat his fists against the walls of its mind, and it didn't sense him. It felt the intrusion but didn't understand what he was. He was turbulence, interference, static. A bad dream. But he was nothing it recognized in any meaningful way. The architect trembled ever so slightly as the three intermediaries tried to break it, and just shouldered on. Then the Yeninga fell back as the nightmare accelerated towards far Lux. It had singled out the system's inhabited world, as architects always did, because they must have their art, and their art demanded death. No architect ever reworked a lifeless desert world into a planet-sized sculpture. Idris knew they understood the teeming lives they snuffed out, and he hated them for it. In that moment, something in him broke and he made himself big again, inside its mind. He unfolded all that careful origami, shattered that needle point, pressed himself against every wall at once, inside his mind, inside its mind. And he pushed outwards. On the bridge of the Yeninga he'd been screaming, lying on the floor with the captain shouting for a medic. He'd been rigid, muscles wrenching at bones so that he'd ache for a solid month after. Idris's face had been awash with tears from clenched-shut eyes, blood flowed from his nose, spittle from his locked open mouth. And Idris had been there, with it. All that maze of complexity within the architect had focused, in that moment, into a single consciousness. This was an entity with the power to reshape worlds, and he had its attention. Not a mote of dust in its eye, not a pebble beneath its foot or a thorn pricking its thumb. He had a mind as it had a mind. He was a thing that, minuscule as he was, it saw as real. He'd roared in, hating, angry, terrified. He'd driven into the architect's mind on a flame of negative emotions, knowing only that it was the executioner of worlds. And now he touched the truth of it. He understood that until now no human, perhaps no denizen of any planet it had ruined, in its millennia of life, had ever existed for it. At its back was the world of far Lux, and Idris could see through its senses that the planet was mottled with a kind of rot, a disfiguring decay that the architect needed to clear away. That rot was thought, the collected minds of all the people living there. They exerted a pressure on the fabric of space that the architect, for reasons Idris had never grasped, felt the need to release. For a measureless time, he and the architect had confronted one another. He had sampled the immensity of its mind, and it had taken a magnifying lens and studied him, as a human might examine a microbe. A thing so small that it might as well not be there at all. He had no anger left at that point. There was nothing of the white-hot fire that had taken him so far. Such emotions withered and died in the face of that godlike scrutiny. How foolish it was to rage over the deaths of so many microbes, the extermination of something almost invisible. Yet it saw him and understood him. Perhaps it unfolded the page of his mind to its fullest extent, ironing flat the crenulations of his brain until he was spread so thin and wide that he finally became visible to it. His past and present and all the complexities of his being, all exposed for study as never before, and still the most insignificant thing the architect had ever been called upon to recognize. Dee stopped screaming then. He stared sightlessly towards the ceiling of the Yenenga's bridge as the medics restarted his heart and used machines to keep his lungs working. There was a moment he recognized as regret. He was never sure if he'd felt the being's regret over all its kind had done, or if this was some perverse personal response to the architect's departing. Now they wouldn't be continuing their work. For they would not, he understood. For now, at least, and who knew what now meant to beings so vast. Perhaps they would go and think about what they'd done for 100 million years before coming back to pick up where they'd left off. Perhaps they'd wait until the suns had all gone out and the universe was cold. The architect had fallen back into unspace and not returned, and that was the last anyone saw of them. That day was the last day of the war, although it was months before anyone dared suggest it was so. Decades later, in diplomatic isolation aboard the Vulture God, Idris caught the news out of far Lux and felt as though someone had taken his guts out. It was all for nothing, he thought, but of course that wasn't true. Humanity had been given 50 years to consolidate and grow. People who would have died had been given decades to live. It had been his achievement, him and Tess and Alumu, and he the only survivor of the three. He had ended the war there at Far Lux, and on the back of that, he tried to become irrelevant. Just be Idris Telomere on a succession of crappy ships towards the outskirts of the human sphere. He'd had his fill of making history. Now, sections of the Hugh administration on Berlinhof were being yanked out of decades-old mothballs. The next unspaced shipment from Far Lux would be a wave of refugees. Everyone was scrambling to set up camps, kitchens, shelter, medical supplies. And at the same time, less savory engines were turning their wheels. "They're Sathiel, the fucker," Ollie said, jabbing a finger at the screen. They'd all crammed into command, where the Vulture was displaying rolling news. "We should have had a sweepstake on it." They could see the cult hieroglyph's benevolent white-bearded face. It was as if he'd never committed the biggest fraud of the last 40 years. Instead, he was talking animatedly about the protection the Esiel would be only too happy to extend, and for such a small price. Idris waited for the interviewer to mention the Almaru, but somehow it never came up. Suddenly, the cult had gone from clowns in costumes to everyone's new best friend, someone who might be called upon for an urgent favor sometime soon. 2 colonial warships had turned up at Berlinhof, ostensibly to defend against any architect incursion. Idris knew full well they'd have set off before the news broke, and had come to lean on the Partheni. They want the regalia, of course, Trine announced mournfully, having lost his chance to work on the things, which are here, on this very ship, a mere 100 meters away. And suddenly, they are of a far more than academic interest to the authorities on Berlinhof. They could, just take them down there and make the whole planet architect-proof? Ali asked him. I'd be willing to wager my ambassadorial status that Hugh is digging up absolutely everything it knows about the process, my old comrade in adversity, Trine agreed. And maybe it isn't anything more significant than just having the things there. We're all aware that the hegemony loves ritual for ritual's sake. But Hugh don't have the regalia, Kreese pointed out. No, they don't, Trine agreed. But what coincidence. Suddenly they have warships here. How fortuitous. They can't just start shooting. How will that end? Demanded Kreese. They think they'll be able to threaten and we'll cave, Salas said hollowly. But we won't. It's not what we do. Also, top-of-the-line colonial does not beat top-of-the-line us. They can't stop us just leaving if we want to go. Then why haven't you? Ali needled. Just leg it. Everything's simpler for you if Berlinhof gets hit, right? Salas stared at her. Hope, she said. Which one of you was Hope? The specialist asked blankly. No, I mean the idea of hope, Salas frowned. My people will be hoping we don't have to just walk away. They'll be hoping there's a diplomatic solution. And what? They're going to be our warrior angels all over again, throw themselves in the way if the architects come. Yes, Salas was blinking rapidly. Yes, Ali, exactly that. Idris wondered how much of this vaunted hope was her own, that her people were still the heroes she remembered. She'd been in suspension for a long time and the universe had turned. The angels of punching you in the face, he pronounced sadly, but ending with a smile. God knew he needed something to lighten the mood. Salas rounded on him, looking for mockery, finding none. Inquiry, crew logistical arrangements on sudden failure of diplomacy, Kittering piped up. He'd been crouching in one corner, puzzling over his back screen, currently spread on the floor in several pieces. Good point. I'm guessing your people won't have time to just drop us off if you do decide to leg it home, Kreese agreed. Well, Salas shifted awkwardly. They did ask, would you agree to come with us? I mean, war or peace, diplomacy or not, I'm supposed to ask. And if we say no, that means they let us go, right? Ali asked, with heavy sarcasm. Maybe give us a little hamper of rations for the journey, complimentary mint candy, that kind of thing. We would contract with you, on good terms, for the services of the Vulture God and all crew. So long as crew includes Idris, Kreese finished for her. Why not just take him? Ali said suddenly. I mean, you can, the Vulture S in your ship's hold. Even we were able to storm this damn bucket when we needed to. You have all the supermarines in the universe, right outside the hatch. Why this goddamn pussyfooting around? We don't want to. That's a step we can't untake. And what use are any of you under duress? You ever think about trying to force an int to do something, really? Hugh might have all the leash contracts in the world, but you can't tell me the liaison board doesn't invest massively in psych conditioning too. Maybe they have slaver cutouts or some killer implant to keep their hooks in, even. Because it's like those birds they keep on Magda, the expensive hunting ones. The whole point of them is to let them fly. And if they fly, then maybe they never come back. But more than that, we don't want to. And I don't want to. At least consider a contract. Largesse or halma or goods in kind, however you want it. Most spacer crews would be scrabbling over each other for this sort of deal. Is it so bad that it's us? Ollie opened her mouth for the quick retort, then shut it, looking around at her fellows. Fuck, she said at last. Actually, hate to admit it, that's not a bad pitch. Well, it comes down to Idris, Kreese noted. I mean, I'd be for it. Always wanted to see the Parthenon, but Idris. He was silent. Their voices had become very far away. He was gripping the edge of the pilot's board to stop himself falling into the vast well he could feel forming. The jabber of the news mediatype had become no more than static. His name again, from Kreese, then Solace. Then Ollie lifted a leg of her walker frame to prod him with its tip. There might have been the tinkle and clatter of Kit reassembling his screen, taping over the cracks. Trine's phantom face with its vacant beatitude. All so far away. Just outside the ship, the curve of space fell into a void, pulled down by the leaden weight of nothingness. Gravity without mass, because its cause was on the other side of the membrane. In unspace. He knew that Saint Xavian would be feeling just this, wherever she was. And over where the liaison board plied its trade, its conscript intermediaries would be clutching at their heads, wailing, waking from nightmares, because none of the poor bastards would know what they were sensing. It hadn't happened before in their lifetimes. They weren't veterans like him and Xavian. It's coming, he told the crew. It's here. 28. Solace. Her sisters let Solace stand with the Vulture's crew in the hastily convened meeting that followed. It was a fiction, obviously. Solace was a Myrmidon executor of the Parthenon, not some free spacer. Except there was a fierce loyalty to the crew inside her, and it didn't have to clash with her lifelong devotion to her sisters just yet. The conference chamber was decidedly more crowded than before. The hegemonic cult had a seat at the table, which made nobody very happy. Sathiel in his full finery was the only person in the room with a smile, and Solace wanted to live up to her sorority's name and punch his teeth in. Obviously, the hierograve was saying, the divine Essiel are far above me. His self-effacement was so shallow as to be two-dimensional. There will filters through to humble agents such as myself, but dimly. However, their mercy and grace is without bounds. They would, I am sure, extend their protective benevolence over your colony worlds. If the Council pledged unconditional fealty to the hegemony, perhaps a diplomatic barge could even emerge in time to consecrate Berlinhof. The architect, though it has manifested in system, appears to be considering the ephemeral grave of its kin before beginning its approach. We may yet have time. Neither Borodin nor Tact liked any of that, but the mere fact that Sathiel was here was telling, if all else fails. So, what if they take the anti-architect goods and then say, ho, ho, just kidding, when the Essiel want their back taxes, Ollie murmured. If they bow the knee, Trine confided to her, then the Essiel would consider them part of the hegemony, O newfound ambassadorial ward of mine. The hegemony is of course notoriously loath to use its prodigious technological might against foreign powers. A matter of internal truculence is another matter. With all due respect, Borodin replied heavily, we turned aside the architects before. An intermediary team are on their way even now. Solace caught Idris staring at her. His expression was unreadable, but she thought she understood it, one haunted veteran to another. However, The council doesn't wish to rely entirely on their efforts, Borodin continued. Hugh therefore requests that the Parthenon surrenders the originator regalia, so these can be transported planetside and installed. If you believe these precious items can be simply, Sathiel started, but Borodin cut him off with a sharp gesture. We'll take that chance, hire a grave. We've studied. We know we can't duplicate your master's ability to transport the things. Yet now they're in our hands, we believe we can use them. And Monitor Superior Tact said simply, but they are not in your hands. Borodin's face closed up. I won't lie, I did wonder if it would come to this, he said tiredly. Solace had taken the man for a professional weasel, but his regret seemed genuine right then. However, let me at least make my government's request. I am asking, pleading, that you hand over the regalia so we can protect Berlenhof against the architect. The architect that is out there right now. Tack's face was impassive, her expression revealing nothing. No, she said, and Solace's heart froze. This is it then. This is how we become what they fear. She could feel the other's eyes on her, Ollie, Kreese, even Kittering. It was as though she was their scapegoat, the Parthenon in miniature. She wanted to say something. She wanted to challenge her superior officer right there. But she was a good soldier, so she stood and said nothing. Borodin nodded, almost as blank-faced himself. Monitor Tact, you know our warships, the Blake and the Perihelion, have arrived in system. But we can't afford a shooting war between Hugh and the Parthenon over Berlenhof. Certainly not now the architect's here. We couldn't risk destroying the regalia. And let's face it, if we tried to disable your ships before you could leave, we'd take more licks than we gave. We both know that. Wouldn't that make a fine spectacle for the architect when it came to make an end of us? Humans fighting humans like gladiators for its amusement. But there are over 100 million people on Berlenhof, Monitor. Please consider that number, let it sink in. As it stands, we could only save about 0.9% of the population. And you know what? It's not your fault, it's not your doing, and they're not your people. But if you leave now, taking with you the means to save us, then you are responsible, and history will remember. The colonies will remember, and so will every other state and power for whom such things have any meaning at all. You will be writing a terrible chapter in Sang Cyan Parsepher's legacy if you simply abandon us. Tact nodded, and yet we will not relinquish the regalia. Borodin let out a long breath to absorb that and was about to speak when Tack's raised hand stopped him. Our possession of mobile but functional regalia has provided an opportunity, Menhir Borodin. The Parthenon is shipbound, with no worlds to protect. But now, we have a ship warded against the architects. This situation may not occur again. Menhir Borodin, Sathiel broke in. Please listen to me. There are other regalia that can be brought here. Shut up, Borodin told him, almost without venom. His eyes never left Tact. Monitor, there is an architect here now. Are you telling me that, for the chance of some future encounter, you will abandon our millions? No, Tack said. However, I will take from you your intermediary team, all of them. I'll take them aboard this ship and will go out and meet the architect, armed thus with both sword and shield. And now the faintest ghost of emotion limned the severe lines of her face. We will fight, Menhir Borodin. We will carry the intermediaries to battle, as we did before. We will not abandon our siblings. Hugh may have forgotten what it is to be Partheny, but we have not. Solace heard a hiss of pain and realized she'd been gripping Idris's shoulder so hard that he was twisting to escape her clasp. She wanted to whoop, to jump in the air and cheer. She wanted to run over to Tact and embrace the woman. She was a good soldier, and she did none of those things, but a great tide of joy swept through her nonetheless. Borodin's face remained blank because he was a diplomat. I do not have authority to place our intermediary team on your ship. I'm still supposed to be repatriating Telomere, he said hoarsely. However, I can anticipate my orders when I convey your offer. I don't think we have a lot of choice after all. Tact nodded. Correct, Menhir. Then Idris stepped forward and said, I'll go. He had to say it twice because the mics were off the first time. Then everyone was staring at him. He backed up, squinting into their scrutiny as though it was too bright a light. I'll go. I did it before. You don't have time to get anyone else, just me. Tact regarded him as though trying to work out if his ageless decades had matured him or made him vinegar in the bottle. That would be appreciated, Menhir Telomere, she said at last. Myrmidon, Executor Solace, he's in your care. Just like old times. I thought we'd go to Borutheta, Ali said, as Idris hovered nearby. She was out on the deck by the Vulture's open hatch, rebuilding the Scorpion's arm. You know, the specialist said, not looking at Idris, when you don't come back and all. I reckon the shipyards at Borutheta will be busy as fuck from now on, and the Vulture's a good hauler. We won't be doing deep void work after this, what with not having a navigator. Idris just stood there letting her talk, shoulders slumped. I mean, I'll be glad, Ali went on. Frankly, ship was getting crowded, and you're a weird little sod, Idris. Hard to get on with, you know. Isn't that right? Always having to bail you out, Kreese chipped in. More trouble than you're worth. I could have had a thriving practice, big desk, clients begging. Individual of incomprehensible motivation, Kittering added. Not even safe hands. You said it, Kit, Ali agreed. I mean, you were a decent one-trick pony, but more trouble than you were worth. Look at the mess you got us in. Go run off with your Partheny girlfriend, why don't you? Solace opened her mouth to object to that, but the slightest look from Ali silenced her. This was between them, and while Solace knew that their jibes weren't serious, she was slow in understanding the real context. This was the crew's funeral for Idris, the same dressing down they'd given Barney and Medvig and then Rollo. The colonial way to process grief. I'll be back, Idris told them all, his voice very soft. Like we'd have you, Ali tried, but Solace heard the tremor in her voice. We'd have to discuss it, me and the crew. Have to decide if we even wanted you back. I know, Idris agreed solemnly. I mean, running off with a Partheny. A transaction lacking all consideration. Kit threw in. I'll be fine, I'll be back, I have to. We know, Kreese interrupted him. Idris, we know. She put a hand on his arm, anchoring him. She looked into his eyes, creating that intimacy that colonials could always manage between them, no matter how many people were about. You are one seriously stupid man. You were out. You always told me how glad you were that you were really out. Stupid, I know, Idris agreed. He hugged her and stepped back, leaving Solace next in the line of fire. But Ali was already puppeteering the Scorpion back into the ship, the mech drone gathering up her tools. You let anything happen to him, I'll be back for you, she warned, glowering back at the Partheny. I'll do everything I can, Solace started, then changed her mind. You know I'll look out for him, so stuff it up your ass, refugenic. He'll be safer in my shadow than anywhere. Ali crooked an eyebrow. Now you're talking like one of the crew. Idris. When Idris and Solace reached the Heaven Sword's bridge, Trine was there already. The Hiver had welded a makeshift framework to the deck, which patently offended all sorts of Partheny sensibilities, but looked absolutely like home to a colonial spacer. Between its bars, the originator regalia floated, revolving gently in their invisible field. You cracked it, Solace exclaimed. Then Idris saw her glance guiltily at Exemplar Hope and the other officers. The sort of free speech she'd grown used to aboard a spacer ship clearly didn't mix well with Parthenon military discipline. Ah well, as to that. Trine started with their usual self-importance before setting their face to crestfallen. Can I duplicate the peculiar standing wave that is enveloping those relics, my comrade in arms? That I cannot. Can I maintain the field once present? Apparently the answer is a resounding yes. So rejoice, therefore. Intermediary telomere, Hope addressed him, her call strongly accented and awkward. It is an honor having you on board. Idris goggled at her, not least because he'd been on board for some time, and nobody had felt moved to say anything of the sort. Apparently his return to active military service, even if just this once, had changed his status in Partheny eyes. I am knowing you served aboard our named ship in this system, Hope continued. I'd say, let us hope of similar victory, but I shall settle for fewer casualties. Likewise, Mother. This seemed to be the appropriate form of address for a Partheny officer from her curt nod. A trio of other civilians were marched in at that point, and at their head was Saint Xavian. Idris blinked at her. Seriously, they've risking you on this, and I said I'd do this alone. Xavian's lips quirked slightly. It's amazing what they'll agree to with Berlenhoff under the hammer. Idris. How strong are you feeling? How strong are you? Spoken with concern, not as a taunt. Close to being of an age, but she seemed so frail, and she'd not been on the front lines during the war. Whereas he had fought but hadn't aged, as though some part of him was still trapped in those years. Who are these? Behind her were a man and a woman, both with close-cropped hair. He was short, lopsided, his cheeks and scalp marked with jagged raid tattoos, gang markings Idris guessed. The woman was taller, gaunt-faced as any famine-bred spacer. Ugly, crooked lines of surgical scars stood out about her skull. He answered his own question, seeing that. Ints from the liaison board. The most promising of the current class, Xavian confirmed, and her tone warned him to keep his opinions on the board to himself. After all, it wasn't these Ints' fault that they'd ended up in the program, and they'd be standing by his side when the fight came. Davison Morley, the man said, without offering his hand and keeping a definite space around himself. He had a trace of an on-planet accent. Andeka Tal Mar, said the woman, introducing herself in turn. I've read a lot about you, Menhir Telomere. That's so, he didn't know what to make of that. I didn't realize I was on the curriculum. Before the board, she said, I studied history. I'm history. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What the hell did you do to end up on the program, Andeka? I volunteered, she told him. In the resulting staggered silence, she added, I knew this would happen, that they'd come back, and we'd need more Ints. In the face of her fierce certainty, he didn't know where to put himself, despite feeling just the same when he'd signed up with the program. Myrmidon Executor Solace is tasked as your liaison here, Exemplar Hope informed them. We now proceed out-system towards the Architect. It currently proceeds in-system towards us. Meet her halfways, understand? They nodded, Davison suspicious, Andeka radiating a wiretense need for action. They made Idris feel old and tired. Exemplar if our attack is going to work. Idris paused. He glanced at Xavian in case she'd rather take the lead than at the Partheny. He was concerned Exemplar Hope wouldn't understand him with her shaky callval, but Solace was translating smoothly and Xavian just waved him on. If this is going to work, he repeated, we will need to make contact with it. But I don't know if we can break through if there's a battle underway. I was on a far smaller ship before, at Far Lux. There wasn't any chance of going toe-to-toe with conventional weapons, so we didn't try, just led with us Ints. He shrank a little beneath Hope's stern stare. She was a Partheny commander, after all. Fighting was what they did, and no skinny little colonial civilian was going to tell her otherwise. Except when she gave her reply to Solace, it translated as, "She understands and will take her lead from you." Right then, Idris felt something must be wrong because people were doing what he wanted and that hadn't happened to him for a long time. Really? Was it war I was missing all this time? Not helpful, he faced his fellow intermediaries. For a moment the thought of him giving them some sort of briefing like an actual soldier was ridiculous. But if not him, then who? "I'll need a room," he told Hope. "We need to talk up a game plan." He shrugged. "Or at least, I'll tell them how it worked out last time." After that, the others managed a meager ration of sleep, while the Heaven Sword cruised. The Partheny had put out from Berlenhof orbit in good time, and the Architect was still getting underway. Perhaps it had delayed to lay a mental wreath by the scar of its sibling's demise. Idris was left to sit alone in the dormitory Hope had given over to the Ints. Solace slept with them, curled on her side on a bunk by the door. She'd been first to slip away with a soldier's enviable ease. Of the others, Xavian seemed to have the same gift lying on her back, arms folded across her chest like an ancient queen. Davison Morley took a while to drop off, tossing and turning and grumbling to himself. And as for Andeka Talmar, the volunteer, for a while Idris thought she truly was a kindred spirit, because her eyes never closed. But when he waved a hand before them, he realized that was just how she slept. He wondered if it had always been that way, or whether it was Talmar's own personal souvenir of her transformation. He padded over on bare feet to look down at Solace, wondering at her. She'd left some kind of hook in him, an old rusty one from long ago. If their paths hadn't crossed, he'd never have felt the metal of it, buried in his flesh. But now, they'd killed an architect together. Once. And they'd been together for a little while in that camp amongst the mass of war-wounded. It had been a nightmare place, really, despite Berlenhof's wartime authorities doing everything they could. People there had suffered wounds of the body and wounds of the mind, and Idris had the latter, stricken by his experiences. It was as though the architect's consciousness had been radioactive in some way, and he'd received a dose just short of terminal. Then there had been Solace with her own traumas. They'd healed each other. It wasn't his first time, not hers either, though her first with a man. Awkward and fumbling and apologetic, and in the long decades after, he got the memory out from time to time and warmed himself by it. Thinking, at least I had that going for me. Oh, there was saving a planet, killing a god, and ending the war. But most of all, I lay within those arms, as if he was a poet, as if he was anything but a terrified space rat who just happened to be an intermediary. Kicking his heels in the dormitory, he had no idea what she thought about him, but then that was his problem with most people. Having gone where he had, or else having become what he was, reading other human beings was difficult. He was so glad she was with him, though. Now they were doing it all again. He even encountered the unexpected revelation that, yes, he might actually go with her if she asked him again. Forsake the colonies, screw Hugh, sign up with the Parthenon. Be the lone Jack amongst all their Jills just for her. A terrible reason for committing treason, really. Good thing he'd been ducking the big questions for the last 50 years. Eventually the alarm sounded, giving the all-wake. The Heaven Sword segued into an ordered tumult of booted feet and women's voices. Solace was sitting on the edge of her bunk, instantly at full alert. She had a smile for him, a small one, just enough to keep him brave. "Do we eat yet?" Andeka was asking, and Xavian was stretching in careful stages. Davison sat and stared at his hands with hollow eyes. "We fight," Idris said, his voice sounding small and ridiculous to his ears. "To the bridge, all speed," Solace confirmed. "Menhirs and Mesdoms, if you will." Trine met them as they entered, practically buzzing with excitement. "I am detecting a new modulation from within the regalia," they announced loudly, to the considerable annoyance of Hope and her crew. "And the ship's instrumentalists are reading kindred frequencies from within the architect. They are reacting to one another." "That's good, is it?" Idris asked dubiously. "It is unprecedented, my dear old colleague," Trine exclaimed, their battery of arms waving excitedly. "This has never been observed before. This strongly suggests these mobile relics retain their properties in transit. That was by no means guaranteed. Also, these readings will be of incalculable scientific value. I am already planning a symposium." "That's great, well done." Idris had no idea what that even meant. "I'm sure that'll go well for you if we survive." Trine's face beamed at him benevolently. "Oh, I rather feel our survival is in the bag, my old crew fellow. We bear with us the one known defense against the architects, mounted within a fighting ship for the first time. What is our enemy going to do, precisely?" "Take it down a notch, delegate," Solace told them. They rolled their projected eyes, but the flow of words stopped and they returned to the regalia. The relics still looked like corroded old junk to Idris, but apparently they were doing their thing. That was all that mattered. "Ready now." Hope addressed them, then fired off a dense patter of parsef to Solace. "We're close now. Under other circumstances, at this distance, we'd be risking the architect's attention," Solace translated. "We have gravitic shields up anyway, in case Trine's wrong. But so far, it's just continuing to advance on Berlinhof. We're matching its trajectory. And we're ready for you." Idris nodded convulsively and Xavian squeezed his arm. Then she went over to the liaison Ince and murmured some words of encouragement. Both of them looked ashen and frightened, and Idris suspected he looked the same. Not inside, though. Inside him, something had woken that had slept since the war. It sent fire through his veins, and he both loathed and loved the sensation. This was what made him a monster and a war-ender. He met Solace's eyes, and she saw it there too, the wolf within the lamb. Old times. She smiled at him, and that was old times too, and it felt good. "Medical crew will stand by," Hope told them, because at Far Lux he'd almost killed himself, just as a side effect of doing his job. Right now he felt invulnerable. His mind was streaming with memories. Berlinhof and Lux, the pain of the intermediary program, all the hungry, terrified years of growing up with a war on. He let his mind out, the wolf loping through the door of its cage after long captivity. Out there beyond the eggshell walls of the Heaven's Sword was the vast, serrated face of the architect. And again he made himself small, a dagger, a dart, a needle. He folded his mind until he could hurl his consciousness out along the gravity curve, down towards its immensity. He remembered doing this in hate at Berlinhof, as their armada was torn apart around him. He remembered Far Lux, where he had done this in hope, and had been met by the enemy in its own halls. "You said you'd go away forever." Untrue, and he was anthropomorphizing, but still. "Why are you here now?" In his baffled frustration he bounced off it, falling away from the crystalline complexity of its internal architecture. Then he was back on the Heaven's Sword bridge, head already splitting and blood roaring in his ears. He risked a glance at his fellows. Davison had blood running from his nose. Andeka's fists were balled up in front of her face, cheeks wet with tears. Xavian stood ramrod straight, head tilted back and lined face without expression. Again, he fell back into that space, the deformation between unspace and the real, where the architect's consciousness resided. He entered its vast complexity immediately, this time, this mind as big as a moon. He was blundering like a moth, battering the mirrored surfaces within its substance. And somewhere in there was a window onto the thinking part of the architect, which knew why it did what it did. The thing that made planets and ships into art and murdered billions. and its species hadn't even known or cared until it met Idris telomere over far Lux. Why now? Why come back? Had they been busy exterminating some other species, while 2 fleeting human generations had come and gone? Had they only granted a stay of execution and Idris had simply misunderstood? He didn't think so. What's changed? He rushed headlong through the maze of its mind. He was looking for the monster at the heart of it, so he could demand answers, demand recognition, and a future for his people. He sensed the others, as though he was stumbling over the tangled string they left behind, as though he saw their faces briefly in the shimmering confusion of the place. Xavian's calm determination, Davison breaking up, mind fracturing, the deadly earnestness of Andeka Talmar. She was terrified beyond all reason, but was still fighting. He thought he saw himself in that maze, the Idris that had been. The Idris from far Lux who had found that one sublime thread to the very heart of the labyrinth, tea with the Minotaur, diplomatic relations with the unthinkable. Then as he headed down that way, in search of the Warren's heart, he found the Idris from Berlinhof that was. He'd been panicked, maddened, failing even as the Heaven's Sword had failed. And yet he had achieved just enough back then, slowed the enemy just enough. For a moment he was back on that bridge again, hearing shouted orders in Parsef, the cries of pain, the accelerators singing, and he didn't know which Heaven's Sword he was on. Then he forced his mind out again, following the trail he'd blazed. Davison was shrieking in his ears like an animal being butchered. Solace was shouting, a hand gripping his shoulder. But he was losing himself again inside the mind of the monster, hunting it, aware that it was hunting too. It was concentrating on something. Something new, different. He was the expert after all. He knew when an architect's mind felt wrong. What are you doing? But it couldn't hear him. It was concentrating, that unthinkably vast edifice focusing on something infinitesimally small, something on the human level, like a giant trying to thread a needle. His ears were flooded with screaming now, too many voices, weapons discharging, a sound like stone tearing, a choir of hornets in a rage. He had no frame of reference for these sounds, and couldn't guess if they were real or not. Then he was out again, the fresh contortions of the architect's mind excluding him without ever acknowledging him. He stared at the torn-up bridge of the Heaven's Sword and reeled. Solace was shaking him by the arm, had been for some time. Abruptly, his legs gave out and he fell into her. He was trying to form words but was forgetting how they were made. There were great rents in the metal walls of the bridge, and everywhere medics were crouching by bodies. He saw Exemplar Hope lying crooked nearby, too much of her insides ripped out for her to have survived. A dozen other officers and crew had been served likewise, and there were myrmidons amongst them. Their beautiful armor was rent and buckled, accelerators lying where they'd been dropped from dead hands. What? Idris said, because none of this was battle damage. This wasn't what happened to a ship when an architect took it and mauled it. This was trivial, small-scale stuff. This was more like the damage people did to one another, for all it left the victims just as dead. This wasn't what happened when they were struck by an entity that could reshape planets. Mind still whirling, he looked to his fellow Ints. Andeka was kneeling, clutching at her head. He thought she must still be locked in combat with the architect, still vainly trying to reach it. Davison was dead. He had to be dead. Something had ruptured inside his skull, hard enough to push the whole left side of his head out of shape. Xavian. He ran over to her, already stuttering denials. This was not architect damage. Something had struck her, something physical, something sharp. It had carved into her thin body and smashed her to the ground. There were medics here, the Partheny prioritizing her over their own fallen, desperately stitching her and her life together as best as they could. The sight of her injured, perhaps dying, was like a spike into Idris's own heart. Idris, stay still, Solace was imploring him. You're hurt. Let the medics get to you." I'm fine," he mumbled, tasting blood in his mouth. He spat it out past his chewed-up tongue. Then he saw Trine. The hiver's bad leg had been removed completely, severed at the hip, and a handful of their arms were just stumps. Their false face flickered and stuttered as it tried to speak, but its expressions and the movement of its lips didn't match the words that thrummed from their torso. "Gone," they buzzed. "Gone." Idris's eyes went to the framework the hiver had set up for the regalia. They were gone, as Trine said. "What happened?" he managed, meeting Solace's wide gaze. There was blood on her face, he saw. "They came for the regalia," she told him. "They who?" "Things, soldiers from the architect, crystal things. They punched into the ship. We couldn't fight them, couldn't stop them, took the relics and left. Idris, we." One of the surviving officers yelled something in Parsef. Then the whole ship shuddered as bulkheads ground against one another. Sparks flashed from buckled panels and half the screens went dark. It was almost reassuring in its familiarity. Now that's an architect attack. There was more rapid back and forth between the bridge crew, and Solace said tightly, "We can't survive another strike like that. The shields barely held us together." And it was, Idris thought, a remarkable thing that they were still in one piece. That this work of human hands had endured the wrath of an angry god, but not twice, and so he was breaking from Solace, bounding over to the pilot's station. "Give me unspace, someone. I am plotting a course, as clearly as possible." He heard Solace translate for him, trusting him. Someone was objecting that they were right in the architect's gravity shadow and couldn't leave the reel. Solace was telling them that they could, with Idris as navigator. Didn't they know what he was? Her hand was bruisingly tight on his shoulder, the tension giving the lie to her words. They gave him everything he wanted, and for that moment, he had the power of a top-of-the-range Parthenon warship at his fingertips. Except before an architect, that didn't mean very much. The appalling mass of the thing gave them no clearance at all to get into unspace. It narrowed their options to a single equation, a needle to thread. They were caught between the hungry weight of the world destroyer and the world it was set upon destroying. But Idris was on fire, half out of his mind, half in unspace already. It was as though the universe simply drew him a new throughway, for one use only, just for him. He took the battered sword and whipped it out from under the architect's descending hammer. He yanked them through unspace for a handful of traumatizing, unprotected moments. It would feature in the nightmares of everyone aboard for the rest of their lives. And he had saved the ship, and everyone still living on it. At least until the architect caught up. 29. Idris. They shot Idris full of drugs to bring down the inflammation in his brain, and to stem the internal bleeding. Then there were more drugs to combat the sluggishness brought on by the first batch. At least they quiet the hallucinations he'd been getting, of motion at the corners of his vision, plus a sense of impending doom. Although as doom was in fact impending maybe, that hadn't been a symptom of anything other than actual current events. He was in a Hue infirmary, on an orbital over Berlinhof. And if he listened carefully, he could hear staff arguing about which patients could be got out on what ships. He reckoned that same conversation would be dominating the planet below, too. Oh, the powerful and wealthy who owned estates across the beautiful sun-kissed archipelagos of Berlinhof would have their own transport, but right now a fair proportion of Hugh's entire bureaucratic staff would be performing the hard maths with every vessel they had left, working out who could be saved. Luckily, he had a ride. Solace had told him the vulture god had docked at the same orbital. She'd gone to call the crew and tell them their errant son was still alive. "I don't understand," he said. "It's never attacked like that before. Was it because we had the regalia?" Beside his bunk, Delegate Trine was perched in a basic walker frame. Both legs had been removed, so he could be given a matching pair. Trine was sick of limping. If you're asking me to make an educated guess, old Confederate, I don't know. The Hiver's face was disconcertingly absent, their projectors having literally given up the ghost. The remaining silvery bowl showed nothing but a smear of Idris's reflection. Perhaps this is what architects do if they encounter originator gear on a ship. But really, if it can deal with regalia on a ship, why not on a planet? If I were the hegemony, I'd start getting very nervous indeed. The architect had launched a couple of its smallest spines into the Heaven Sword, inflicting significant but incidental hull damage. Then the spines had begun fragmenting out into soldiers, Trine had said, individual mobile units. They had been made of the same crystal as the spines and took on many shapes. Some were humanoid, most were not. Many legs, no legs, serpentine, arachnoid, flying ray forms, and other less recognizable things. Hearing the unfamiliar descriptions, Idris had a creeping fear these were species the architects had met, and there was only one way that meeting ever went. They were drawn from a great funerary list of extinct civilizations, one with a space on it reserved for humanity. The stuff the soldiers were made from was simultaneously stone-hard and malleable. Accelerator shot that would pierce a starship's hull had just plowed into and through them without damage. Energy weapons had refracted from them in rainbows of blinding light. One intruder had been cut in half when Partheny techs explosively triggered a blast door. Overall, though, they had rampaged through the ship to the bridge without serious opposition. There they had taken the regalia, and when the deck crew and Trine had tried to stop them, they'd responded with lethal force. Quite remarkable, really, the Hiver reflected. They used their limbs to cut and bludgeon close in, but they could also just shoot shards of themselves like living accelerator guns, just chewing up their mass as ammunition. I count myself lucky that I merely lost a few limbs. Idris closed his eyes but found he couldn't imagine it. How did they do it? Ah, well, the loss of much of their body hadn't damaged Trine's pedantic tone. As it happens, old chum, I was able to take some readings. While they were attacking. Indeed, yes. While they were killing everyone. For science, I judged that, when my time came to stand between these soldiers and their prize, I would prove a short-lived barrier. Judged correctly, as it happened. But before then, I was able to perform a little impromptu research, and the data raises some fascinating possibilities. I believe the soldiers were just puppets, manipulated by the architect through incredibly precise application of gravitic force. Idris's eyes shot open and he sat up in the bunk. Yes. I am glad you concur. That makes sense. It was doing something when I was trying to contact it. It was absorbed, had to bend all its concentration to it. It was making its puppets dance. Ah, the power, said Trine wistfully. The precision. If it weren't so horrible, it would be rather wonderful, don't you think? Idris grunted. I guess Borodin and the others are mad at the Parthenon for taking the relics out there. Now we've lost them. Most likely, although the loss of the chance to study them is patently the greater woe, Trine said airily. Honestly, though, I suspect the counselors have bigger things on their minds right about now, such as saving their families. Solace came back then with a chair. It didn't look as smooth as the Partheny model he'd had, and he'd been terrible at driving that. I can walk, he told her, hoping it was true. What's going on? The crew is waiting for you, she said. In the end he could walk just, but only after Solace found him a cane. Leaning on it and on Solace, he finally made his way down to the docking ring and into what was surely the smartest, cleanest berth the vulture god had ever enjoyed. Behind him came the merry clatter of Trine's surrogate frame on its 6 legs. Ollie was working on the ship in her Scorpion, and Idris saw a fair amount of clutter littering the pristine junk, parts that had been inside and were now outside. Making room for refugees, he realized. Even the vulture god was needed. Kreese had been sitting with Kit and another Hanalambra over a holographic landstep board, but she jumped up when Idris came in. From her face, she'd expected to see him wheeled in on a gurney. Her relief was palpable. She hugged him too hard so that he winced and she flinched away. Then Ollie tapped him on the top of the head with one of her manipulator arms, and Kit fiddled a greeting from his game. "I notice nobody is particularly concerned about my well-being," Trine pointed out. "We don't know you, Buzzboy," Ollie told them. "Entirely your loss." Trine waved their remaining arms dismissively. "They said you were hurt." Kreese looked Idris up and down. "I am hurt." "They said you failed," Ollie added. Idris met her gaze, finding only the usual frankness, not an accusation. "The architect is still coming," he confirmed. "We lost the relics and the ship got crippled." "He brought us home," Salas said defensively. Ollie bristled, then just nodded. "We're shipping out," Ollie said. "They're finding us 20 colonists we can take. 20 through unspace with no beds, Idris, but everyone's carrying. They're jamming 3-4 into packet runners even." Her face was set against tragedy, the way colonials had lived during the war and in the lean times after. It was habit that came back easily. "I mean, could be worse, right?" Matey over there with Kit, named something like Holloway or some damn thing, came in with a fleet of freighters. Now they've dumped their entire cargo into space. That's maybe another 30,000 people, if they can cram them in. If they can get them up from planetside in time. "The architect." "Still coming," Kreese confirmed. "The Thunderchild put out to meet it," Salas said tonelessly. "Also the Blake and the Perihelion, those 2 Hugh warships that turned up, buying time with steel." Idris felt his legs start to go, and Salas slid a crate behind him so he could collapse in safety. "The Heaven Sword barely survived the first direct hit," he said hollowly. "The ship's out there. They won't buy Berlinhof more than a cupful of time. It won't help." "I'll book you another big diplomatic meeting. You can discuss it with them," Ollie said. "In the meantime, you coming with us or not? Because if you're out, we can fit in another couple people when we go." But she was watching Idris with a sharpness that belied her air of unconcern. "I failed." But it wasn't too late. He pictured the architect riding the skies of doomed Berlinhof, visible even during the daytime, crystals catching the sunlight. They'd have every trainee int at the liaison board working to stop it. Maybe that would be enough, but he didn't believe it. He could stay behind on the orbital and try one last time. But by the time the architect was that close, its mass dragging at the planet below, it would be too late. "I need a ship," he said. The others were all staring at him. "Ships are kind of busy," Ollie pointed out. "Any ship with a gravitic drive, a packet runner, a shuttle, some rich kid's speedster, anything," Idris said desperately. "I need a second chance. I have to get out there and do it again. I can save everyone. I know I can." "Idris, you were on the way to dying when you broke off," Salas told him. "Then it's my right to die trying," he shouted at her, then put his hands over his mouth, horrified at the great gout of anger and frustration that had come out of him. Salas nodded, then nodded again, convulsively. "Come on. We'll go see Tact." The orbital's corridors were cluttered with people and it was hard to push through. Some were plainly evacuating, clutching bags, cases, and treasured possessions that were mostly going to end up on the dock floor. "We forgot," Idris thought numbly. "We forgot what it was like to be hunted. And I've lived to see it again." He wondered if it had been his destiny to see events travel full circle, the reason for his unnatural longevity. So he should now wither to bones and dust, curse suddenly lifted. Then they found themselves facing a wall of purple, red, and gold, a hurrying band of men and women in high-collared robes. They were led by a man who had finally lost his geniality somewhere along the way. "Hire a grave Sathiel," Solace addressed him coldly. "Get out of the way." He gave her a wide-eyed stare, but there was neither fight nor authority in him at that moment. He shrank aside and his people flowed past, giving Solace plenty of clearance. "You wanted people to worry about the architects. Happy now," she shouted after him, with venom worthy of Ali. Sathiel made no reply as he fled. Monitor Superior Tact was closeted with Lucef Borodin when they arrived, but Solace made sufficient noise that they were allowed in. Idris suspected that the two diplomats didn't have much to discuss anyway at this stage. Borodin hadn't shaved that morning and there were bags under Tack's eyes. "I need a ship," Idris insisted, because he was all out of pleasantries. "Menhir Telemir." He couldn't tell if Tack's cold manner was just her or if she was judging his failure. And why shouldn't she? He certainly did. "A ship," he repeated. "Get me out there again on a ship." "The military force going to face the architect has already left," she said. "Bring one back." "Menhir Telemir, there's no time. They will be engaging shortly." He had a sudden sense of disjointed time. The drugs had upset all his internal clocks. "I need another chance." Tact regarded him, her expression ambiguous. "That's it, is it? Please get me out there." She glanced at Borodin. "I'll see what I can." "No," the other diplomat said. He didn't seem very happy about it, but the word was out there. Tact raised an eyebrow. Idris felt time cascading like sand falling from a broken hourglass into the void. There would be no chance to turn it over again, no more when it was spent. "The colonial citizen Idris Telemir will be leaving aboard the liner Sepulchrave, which is currently standing by," Borodin said flatly. "Good ship, actually. My own family are on it, as are all non-essential Hugh staff. I'll be heading there soon." "No," Idris told him. "I'll leave on the Vulture God then, with my crew." "You won't." He felt a keen need for crease, but who'd have thought this old argument would raise its head now? "You can't." "Menhir Telemir," Borodin addressed him. "Saint Zavian died. They couldn't save her." Idris made a sound like grieving. "No." "She died," Borodin said heavily. "And that makes you almost the last of the first wave, the hope our new intermediaries need, which means we can't let you rush off and get killed facing this particular architect. I'm sorry." "I need a ship. I can save your fucking planet," Idris shouted at him, at them both, at all the universe. "Just get me out there. I have a right to screw with my own head if that's what I want." His eyes narrowed, words coming too fast for thought. "You're Magdan, right? Is that what this is about? Lose Berlenhof, then Magda's center of the colonies. That what you want?" "Idris?" Solace's hand was on his arm, trying to rein in his temper. Borodin just looked sad. "I'm going to have my people take you to the Sepulchrave now." Idris looked to Tact. "Do something." She didn't meet his gaze. "This is very much out of my hands, I'm afraid." And a warning look passed from her to Solace. "Right now, Partheny Rit is running very thin. This is a Hugh matter." Colonial soldiers were coming in, 4 of them. Solace tensed, but under Tact's stern gaze she was not going to make a diplomatic incident of it. "I could save everyone," Idris said, not shouting now, barely audible. "You just have to let me." "Get him away, keep him safe," Borodin told his soldiers. "I'll be along in time for the launch." Borodin's people took Idris's stick and put him in a chair, which they drove for him. He kept trying to get out, but each time one of the soldiers pushed him back down. Not forcefully, respectfully, even. In that part of his head that made him an intermediary, Idris felt the architect out there, getting closer. He didn't feel the world full of people about to be obliterated, but they weighed on him anyway. Bleakly, he knew that Borodin and Hugh were going to be disappointed in him. He wouldn't be able to live with himself and this failure. He'd put himself outside their control, even if release came via the edge of a razor. After his first attempts at Berlinhof and Far Lux, it seemed profoundly unjust that he'd be remembered as the man who let a planet die. It was as though the architects were personally invested in erasing every good thing he'd ever done. Then they wheeled Idris into what would have been the wealthy passenger lounge in better times. It was currently crammed full of people shouting, crying, arguing, and holding each other. Through the clear far wall, he could see the sleek flank of the sepulchre, painted with a hodgepodge of colors, a rich man's attempt to replicate the old mismatch of colonial scarcity. There were 10 hatches with umbilicals connected to the ship, and Hugh's staff were diligently trying to hurry people aboard as efficiently as possible. The transparent window also revealed some of the planet below. Idris could see the lights of shuttles and lifters rising up from the gravity well, each one surely filled to the brim with the desperate and the lucky. I could just shout, "Hey, someone else want my place," and start a riot, he thought. But he said nothing, just sat in the chair while his escort jockeyed, threatened, and pulled rank to get closer and closer to the nearest hatch. I could, but he couldn't. There was nothing he could do. They reached the hatch with a trail of angry people resenting their every step. He wondered with new horror whether someone at the back of the queue had lost their place for his sake. "I'm not going," he said, and made a game effort to get out of the chair. "Remain seated for your own safety, Menhir," one of the soldiers said. Idris grabbed at the hand that came for him, but he was too weak, and even if he'd been strong, the man would have been stronger. "Help," he said ridiculously. "I'm being kidnapped. I don't want to go. I can save the world." In the general hubbub, almost nobody heard him, and those who did plainly thought he was deranged. "I'm an int," he squeaked as the soldier shoved him back again. "I can stop it. Get me on a ship." Which was even more stupid because they were getting him on a ship, just not in the way he wanted. "I'll take it from here, Sergeant," a new voice broke in. Idris stopped shouting because it sounded familiar. "Who the hell are you?" the lead soldier demanded. The newcomer was standing behind his chair, and Idris caught a flash of a holographic ID. "Intervention board," the man said. "We're intervening." The soldiers were all suddenly quite still. "Sir, we have orders." "Mordaunt House has orders too. We're requisitioning him." "Sir." "Let's get out of the way and let these people board, shall we?" When the soldier obeyed, Idris knew he wasn't going to end up on the sepulchre after all. Mordaunt House was the boogeyman of the colonies. Mordaunt House knew all your secrets. It protected the human sphere against all threats, and good luck if that threat was you. "You need that chair, or can you walk?" And at last Idris shifted around enough to recognize the narrow, suspicious face of Javier Mundi. "If you take my arm, I can walk." "Fine." Mundi helped him up. The soldiers looked daggers, but none of them would challenge Mordaunt House. "So," Idris said, as Mundi helped him out of the lounge against a tide of panicked refugees, "you have some Mordaunt House ship or something. That can get me out there. Please don't tell me I'm just trading one kidnapping for another." His heart sank when Mundi said, "Not exactly." But at least they were leaving the sepulchre far behind, as they moved around the orbital ring towards the shabbier docks. They had to jostle and fight through every corridor, but Mundi seemed to have a way of finding every gap in the current to get ahead. Idris just let himself be tugged along. The man's way with crowds was like navigating unspace to the uninitiated, something magical and mysterious. They were well into the docking band that dealt with freight now, though the only freight shipping here was more people, and all the while the architect was getting closer. "Agent Mundy," he said at last. "Where are we going?" "Where do you think?" "I'm not going to be some spook asset." Idris pulled back, trying to resist. He might as well fight gravity. Mundy's long-boned frame bought him a lot of leverage. "I refuse to be some black ops sneak pilot for your assassins." Mundy stopped. "Black ops sneak pilot?" he queried. "That's a job description where you come from, is it?" "I'm not." "Telemere, I am risking a great deal on my assessment of you, not least my job. So just shut your yap and come with me, would you? Because right now I am attracting all the bad kind of paperwork, and I am just desperate to get started on the last report of my career after I drop you off." He gave Idris's arm a final yank, hit a door release with his elbow, and they were standing in a familiar dock. And there was the vulture god. Idris looked from the ship to Mundy and back. Solace was heading towards them, her eyes on the Mordant House man. "I didn't think you'd do it," she said. "Well, I reckon you and I are both exceeding our orders today," Mundy replied. "You're shipping out with them, right? You want a berth." He laughed harshly. "That would just about put the nail in the coffin, wouldn't it? No, I'll stay here and clean up the mess I made. Telemere." Idris jumped. "What?" "I met you." "What?" "I sat down with you, remember? We had a chat back before the harvest turned up and we had to part ways. Right now, I am really hoping I'm as good a judge of character as I want to be. You want a ship, here's your ship, if you can talk them into it. I've also got you departure clearance, at least until someone clocks on and overrules me. Go use it." Then the man was retreating, seeming to shift crabwise out of the hangar before vanishing. Because Mordant House never did anything in a straightforward way. Idris turned to the ship, the unlovely, oft-repaired scavenger hauler that was the vulture god. The drone bay hatch was open, but he couldn't see any of the crew. "I know you all heard that," he called. "Well, okay, are we going or not?" Ollie's voice boomed from the speakers. "Because I just spent 10 minutes getting us all ready to leave. Just get your ass on board. Her too." When he reached command, they were all there. Ollie in her walker, Kreese in Rollo's chair, Kittering in his own. And Trine too, to his surprise. Their arms were still mangled, but they had new legs, and their face had been restored to its phantom glory. Solace stepped in behind him and leant on the back of the pilot's chair as he took his place at the board. "Look," he started awkwardly. "You're going to say we don't need to come, that it's dangerous," Kreese told him. "Idris, in the general ranking of people important enough to get a berth off-planet, just where do you think we fit? If we're not getting out on the Vulture, we're not getting out at all. So we're sticking on board, thank you very much." "Speak for yourself," Trine declared. "Some of us are an ambassador." "Taking her out," Ollie announced, and the ship's bones creaked around them as they lifted off from the dock and passed out of the station's gravitic field into open vacuum. "Idris, she's yours when you're ready. Take her away." He de-wanted the crew in suspension beds, even for the stutter jump in system. But there wasn't time. They'd been through it before anyway, were practically unspace veterans. He argued the case as he slung the vulture god away from the orbital, ignoring the angry comms chatter they left in their wake. A couple of Hugh military skiffs hailed them, but they were too little, too late. Enough politics. He sketched out the maths of the stutter jump, always with the sense of Berlenhof, as a crushing weight poised at his back. His target destination was unexpectedly complicated, a nightmare maze of gravitic distortions, even without the architect itself with its disproportionate mass shadow. Seeing the mess he was dropping into, he couldn't quite believe he'd lifted the heaven's sword out of it. But then it wasn't just the enemy out there anymore. The fighting started. Even at this remove, he could sense the slight shudder as the Thunder Child and its impromptu allies deployed their gravitic weapons. They were trying to crack the substance of the Architect, as its ponderous will sought to pin them down. And the god was in, falling away from the real into the dream that was unspace, and out, exploding back into existence and into the thick of it. For a moment he could still see the ragged shawl of space-time, bent 1,000 ways by the fighting. The Partheny warship was deploying its mass loom, 4 times the power of the batteries they'd used at the first Battle of Berlin-Hof. Idris saw a spray of cracks flower across those crystal mountains as the strike hit home, but they blurred into wholeness just a moment later as the Architect reshaped its own substance to heal. Further off, Idris's instruments reported on the Blake, a colonial-built monster shaped like a lump hammer. It had launched a withering storm of super-accelerated shot from its cannon, most of which whirled off to oblivion as the Architect leant on the universe to shift the gradient. Solace took her place at Idris's back, medkit ready in her hands. Kreese and Kittering were just staring at the monstrosity dominating space outside. "We're too late," the Partheny whispered. "Not too late," Idris insisted. Although even as he spoke, he felt the Architect wrench space around the Thunderchild, breaching its overstressed hull in 3 places. "I need a pilot." Silence from the drone bay. "Ollie, you there?" Holy fuck, look at that thing." "It's just like before," Idris told her. "No different to last time." "She wasn't at Berlin-Hof the first time," Solace said quietly. "Idris, you famey bastard, I was born in 90-fucking-4, Ollie threw in over comms. "Believe it or not, this is my first Architect, see right?" But she sounded more together now. "Ollie, You need a pilot," Ollie's voice came over the comms. "I got it, show me where to go." The others were waking from the spell, too. "Survival opportunities few and falling," Kit announced, skittering over to his own board. He was throwing up unwelcome statistics, specifically the efficacy of the Vulture God's gravitic drive once the Architect caught hold of them. They punched a long way above their weight, but they weren't a warship. Shielding wasn't what they were optimized for. "I know, Kit, take us in, Ollie, I'll find a way, I promise." "I don't have a way." "Maybe it won't look at us. Maybe we're too small for it to see." But he knew that wasn't true. To the Architect, a single atom and an entire planet were equally worthy of adjustment. The Thunderchild had launched a flight of 0 points now, little single-woman fighters. Their size wouldn't help, but many could make a difference. The Architect had a limit to how much it could divide its Goliath-like attention. And yet they would die, all of them. They knew it. They were buying time for Berlin-Hof, just the same as before. The Vulture God streaked on, a battered old junk hauler that had no place in the war zone. The other Hugh cruiser out there, the Perihelion, was hailing them. It was warning them off, as though they might somehow have missed the crystal half-moon out there murdering everyone. Kreese proclaimed they were the cavalry, the intermediary program here to save the day. "Kit," Idris said through clenched teeth. "I know we're basically screwed, but do what you can with the drive to get us some shielding. Just enough to fend off the worst." The Hanny's reply went untranslated, which was probably just as well. But Kittering bent to the task anyway, slender mandibles rattling away at his board, sabotaging the clean running of the gravitic drive to twist space around them. Meanwhile, Ollie had the Braccator system hauling them forward from point to point, clipping them in a zigzag course into the heart of the fight. Idris would rather be doing that himself. It was his skill set, after all, but he had a different job right now, and one nobody else could help him with. Solace's hand closed on his shoulder, and he felt a moment of perfect stillness. It was as though all the dueling gravities and energies out there had canceled each other out, just for a fraction of a second, leaving only calm and peace. Idris felt the architect then, its vast and incurious mind that was focused on turning all these vessels into junk art and filigree, remaking the universe one clutch of matter at a time. He made himself small and sharp and stabbed like a rapier. And everything receded from him, Kreese's voice over the calm, Ali's swearing. His own body, with all its frailties and injuries, all someone else's problem. We are here. Stop killing us. We are here. He could feel the architect's ponderous attention shifting from place to place across the battlefield. Here a zero-pointer was snuffed out. Pilot and vessel turned into lace and sent spinning into the endless void. There, clawing for the perihelion, the Hugh ship's shielding failing, the ring of its gravitic drive rupturing into space. Idris felt the shift and shunt of the architect's thoughts as it caught the ship's broken pieces and remade them. Each one became a work of art, worthy of a master. Some of the pieces had been crew, but the architect made no distinction. In his far, far distant ears, over Kreese's comms connection, Idris could hear screaming. He felt that he was standing by the feet of a great, slow giant as it tore down a city block by block. The buildings fell, the people in them screamed, and then they were crushed. But the giant only cared about urban clearance. It didn't understand that there were living things in the stone edifices it ripped down, except it must. They learned it at Far Lux. That's why they stopped. He was a tiny little man beating at the giant's heel, hammering at its smallest toe, shrieking himself hoarse. He was the mote in the mind of God, lost in that labyrinth of mirrors and moving parts. Why have you come back? And one of his tiny ant punches registered, because the faintest feather edge of the architect's consciousness acknowledged his existence. Then he was slammed back into his body, because the vulture god was spinning out of control. Trine slammed complaining into the wall, and Idris was half out of his chair. He was only saved from breaking his head by Solace grabbing him and hauling him back. Ali was incandescent over the comms. She turned a cubic mile of void blue with oaths Idris had never even heard before, as her scorpion frame slid across the drone bay to crash into its closed hatch. For a moment, she lost all connection to ship systems, and they were helpless, adrift. Then she had the vulture underway again, limping and shuddering. No more thank you, no, Kit rattled off, sending damage reports to all boards. The vulture was just about in one piece, but they'd accrued 10 years of wear and tear in as many seconds. We've lost the perihelion, Kreese choked out. Gone, dead. No more, no further impact, all tolerances exceeded, no, Kittering insisted. We're not going to make it. The moment the architect turned back to find them, that would be it. They couldn't move fast enough, shield hard enough. They just weren't strong enough to wrestle the monster for control of local space for even a moment. And if tiny zero-pointers could be pinched into oblivion, detected by the all-seeing architect, how could they escape its notice? Idris felt his throat go dry. Unless, Ali, he yelled into comms. Busy. You're linked to the ship. I'm flying the fucking ship, what do you think? Linked, really linked, right? Space shuddered about them, the gravitic shockwave of someone else being wrung out of existence. Yet even with its focus elsewhere, he could still feel the there-ness of the architect. This close, it felt as though its crystal needles were being driven into his brain. I'm going to stutter jump us again. And Ali would think he was quitting, getting them out, but he went on, only for a fraction of a second. You'll feel it like a big old shock to the system, but no more. Idris, I need you to just keep flying her, Ali. I'm feeding you coordinates for where you'll be flying from when we exit unspace. And I'll keep doing it again, then again, and you have to keep up with me, okay? So are you linked to the ship? Nav systems, sensor suite, all that stuff. Your eyes, your limbs. Ollie made a croaking sound over the comms. He chose to interpret that as a yes and jumped them. Into unspace. Except the moment they crossed out of the reel, he was slamming them back in again. He could hear Kreese's yelp, the squealing complaints of Kittering. They were demanding to know what he was doing, and the ship was just tumbling now, falling towards the jagged horizon of the architect, utterly without control. Ollie. I got it, damn you, Idris, give me a, and the braccator drive kicked in, hauling them away hand over hand further from that hungry crystal landscape. Idris felt the architect register them once more, reach for them, and he jumped them again. Once more he fed Ollie his calculations a split second before they went. Again they were gone, becoming unreal. Then they were back, 100 kilometers from where they'd been. Now his head was splitting. The pain of those abrupt seat-of-the-pants jumps, the pain of trying to contact the architect. All getting together and raising a family inside his skull. But Ollie was on it now. She was managing the ship from the moment it burst out of unspace, barreling them through a formation of 0-pointers, winking like stars on every side, flying the vulture god as though she'd been born with wings. Oli and Timo, born a stranger to her human body, had decided, why limit her efforts to that? Any frame, any surrogate shell could be hers. Now she was riding the vulture god's sensor data, eating the nav information Idris fed her. She saw each new emergence point and assimilated it before they popped into existence there. Always desperately fleeing ahead of the architect's angry strikes, and even as his hands jumped and jumped them, Idris let his mind out again. Once more he fell into the fractured maze of the architect's body that was simultaneously its brain. Again, he was seeking that point of consciousness within, seeking an audience so he could plead for the survival of his people. He was plunging through ablating crystalline layers of thought and desire. His mind shouted, "We are here," but the architect knew this already. It didn't care. And this time around, it really did want to kill them. To unmake their worlds despite knowing that myriad little minds lived upon them. Why? Why hate us now? I don't hate you. Those weren't the words. It wasn't quite like that. But his mind took the stimuli it encountered and translated them, awkward as Kittering's artificial voice trying to give words to Hanalambra concepts. Stunned, he was back in his body, just as a great fist slammed against the vulture god's hull and made it ring like a gong. Abruptly, alarms and red warning signs were all over his board, and Kit was reeling off the damage. Drone bay, Kreese got out. Breach in the drone bay. Ollie. Still here, came her grim voice. Air's gone, but I got my own. Haven't I fucking clinging on, aren't I? Only, there was a pause. Idris blinked, finding the world red-washed. He had blood in his eyes and his head jumped and stuttered as randomly as their course through unspace. Solace tore open his tunic, the cheap printed fabric parting like paper. She clamped something to his chest, part of the grab bag of medkit junk the vulture had accumulated over the years. Was it interacting with his heart in some way? He felt only a distant curiosity as he waited for Ollie to keep speaking. He hoped Ollie would keep speaking. Trine, the drone specialist said at last. Here and present. Get in here, need your help. I've got a lot of failing systems. Took a bit of a knock here. I am not a technician, the hiver said uncertainly. You are proof against vacuum, you roach bastard. I need you to get in here and do what you can to the scorpion before my life support gives. Okay. I would do it myself, but I'm too busy saving all your asses. Well, in that case, I shall lower myself, Trine said with dignity. Myrmidon solace as requested, and they passed something to the Partheny. If I should not return from this. Just go, Kreese shouted at them. The phantom face looked mortally offended, but they went. "I'm going in again." "We're jumping," Idris tried to say, but he couldn't get the words out, probably because he didn't seem to be breathing. Solace was on it, though. Whatever she had plugged into his heart had oxygenated his blood until his autonomic system stopped sleeping on the job. His brain was still fed, and that was all he needed. He rolled his eyes in thanks, but she had no time for that, absorbed in the job of keeping him alive. So he just continued, passing another set of sums to Ollie, keeping them always one jump ahead of the architect's next sally. And he forced his mind back into it, trying to pick up where he'd left off. "If you don't hate us, why kill us?" He met a vast wall of alien thought and scaled it, driving his hands into the gaps between nameless concepts. He navigated impossible logical contradictions, finding a mind so old that human concepts of time did not apply. A focus so powerful that it could rework a planet at the molecular level, not as an act of brute force, but one of loving, careful artistry. Placing every atom perfectly in place. Fit for purpose. What purpose, though? Why did the architects rebuild the universe, one inhabited world at a time? Surely not merely because they could. Another near miss, distant cursing from Ollie, Kreese trying to liaise with the Blake and the Thunderchild. Idris fell out of the architect again, clawing at it, plummeting forever. The space around them was a constellation of ships, hundreds of zero-pointers bringing their gravitic drives together to fracture those crystal spines. All while the Thunderchild's mass looms boomed and hammered soundlessly, and the Blake unleashed hell. It was pumping out such blistering salvos of accelerator shot that even the architect could not catch every falling sparrow of it. And it was still not enough. It was not even 1/100th of enough. They were flies in the face of God. They were just powerful enough to be worth obliterating. And still Idris tried to get to the center of the architect. He was beating on the doors of its brain, but he couldn't get in. "New challenger. Unexpected potential trouble," Kit reported. He harvested more data from the boards while trying to shore up their shielding. Idris came back to himself, realizing that another ship had stutter-jumped into the midst of the fight. The Hugh military launch that had hailed them as they fled the orbital. "You can't be serious. They've come to arrest us. Don't they know there's a war on?" The Hugh ship was just tumbling, the shock of the in-system jump throwing its crew. But if they stutter-jumped, that means... He sensed the other mind then, scrabbling at the architect's consciousness. Andeka Talmar, the volunteer. She'd come out here like he had, still volunteering, trying to make a difference. He fed another set of coordinates to Ollie, and presumably Trine was doing some good down there because she was still alive and guiding the ship. There was the shock of another jump, and now he couldn't see, couldn't open his eyes. There was Kreese's voice, Solace's voice, all very distant now. The whooping of alarms too, thoroughly someone else's problem. Perhaps we've just hit the limit of the Vulture's medical kit. Ah well. He could feel Andeka out there, fighting and failing, but she'd caught the architect's attention, just for a moment. He couldn't coordinate with her, but he could adapt to what she did. He slid in past her, using the gaps she'd opened in the architect's concentration. Its mind was elsewhere as it tried to discover the cause of this latest pinprick irritation, and he was in. It happened as easily as that, the perfect insertion of mind into mind. Thread the goddamn needle one last time, and he was in a place of eerie stillness, of pure Zen calm. A single step away in every direction he could see it all. The battle, the ships, the planet, the wider universe. All as remote as if painted in some abstract, expressionist style onto canvas and hung on a wall. A way of looking at the universe that made it seem like no more than bad art, something that could be reimagined, perfected. He sensed a presence then, though not the looming, brooding presence that attended unspace. This was something transcendent and beautiful, wise yet infinitely destructive. It was the thing he had howled, "We are here." 2. Back at far Lux so long ago, which had ended the war. It was the motive I am within the vast structure of each architect. It became aware of him, not as it was aware of the ships, as burrs and abrasive parts of the universe outside that must be sanded down for it to pass smoothly by and achieve its purpose, but as him, Idris Telomere, the thinking individual, the intermediary. Why? Stop, please. He tried to picture all the people on Berlinhof, failed almost immediately, but something got through. He perceived something in response, but not thoughts, not feelings. These were vast shunting blocks of intent and desire that had to be crammed into a funnel, crushed down meaninglessly small in order to be apprehended by a human consciousness. We do not hate you. We do not want to kill you. And then Idris saw a barrage of images as it picked apart his memories, fragment by fragment. It dissected him, laid out the complete contents of his mind upon a table. Filed him, catalogued, tried to understand this odd evidence of a primitive civilization on the very point of extinction. He found himself thinking, without consent or volition, about the liaison board, and about the Boyarin Peter Uscaro, trying to lay claim to him under Magdan law. He thought about the hivers fighting to gain independence from their human creators, about the darkest parts of old Earth history, back when they still taught it, about shackles and chains, duress, mastery and ownership. The architect found all these things as it taxonomized the contents of his mind and judged them relevant to the topic under discussion. He kept expecting it to manifest as a kindly old grandfather, a white-bearded god, even as a monstrous demon. But it was never able to reduce itself to anything so banal or human. All it could do was pick over his thoughts like a beachcomber, holding those which caught its attention up to the sunlight. Until he understood. You stopped before. Whips, thumbscrews, chains, orders, punishment, servitude. Please, not here, not now, please. He had the architect's whole attention now. Out there, the Thunderchild and the others were battering away ineffectually at its substance. But it had ceased to retaliate. The whole awful majesty of its concentration was on one Idris Telomere, intermediary, first class. Please. The moments cascaded about him, stolen from his memories and thrown in his face. Grief, loss of family, trauma, love, curling up beside solace in the infirmary camp. Saying harsh words about Rollo because he'd loved the man like family and that was how you did it. Shouting at Haver Mundi on Lungcrow Station because he was terrified of ending up with the liaison board and all their evils. Please, asking for himself now, because he didn't want to be the man who'd failed to save Berlinhof. Because, even though he was definitely dying, he'd never be able to live with himself. A moment of perfect clarity. The acceptance of pain, the willingness to go back to punishment. Because of the two of them there, one of them must face failure. The choices were between Idris punishing himself or the architect meeting the wrath of who. What possible power could compel them? But there was something there, that was what he had learned. There was an intent behind the architects, a purpose that was not native to them, a hand that brandished the whip. Please. And it left, the whole immensity of it falling away into unspace from the real. It abandoned the Berlinhof system, leaving a scattering of ships and filigreed debris spinning in its wake. 30 Crease. When Idris regained consciousness, it was Crease's turn on watch. She'd been spending the time recording responses to the liaison board's demands, all of which mentioned Idris's name. Some of the demands talked of patriotism. Some spoke of Idris's recuperation and his need for their specialized care. Still more dealt with tenuous legal rights. Her real concerns centered on what wasn't being said. She was worried that some cabal of Hugh representatives was being hastily convened to make an executive order allowing them to march in and take Idris for the good of the colonies. That would leave her with no legal power to stop them. They were on one of the Berlenhof orbitals, despite invitations to more lavish facilities planetside. And Kreese had made sure they docked at the same yard as the damaged Heaven Sword, anything to keep Hugh at bay. The Parthenon's Thunderchild was also maintaining a battered, watchful orbit nearby. The Vulture crew were still taking advantage of Trine's tissue-thin ambassadorial credentials, which the Hiver Assembly, or at least its Berlenhof representatives, had somehow failed to revoke. Kreese had no idea whether the Assembly was playing some complex game or just completely failed to understand the nuances of the situation. Hivers were an odd bunch, more human than human one moment, utterly alien the next. Then Idris croaked something, and she watched as he finally opened his eyes. Across the room, Trine abruptly stirred themselves, face flickering into being with their usual slightly superior smile. Trine had to stay in the room, apparently, or it wasn't a proper embassy. Or that was their understanding of their responsibility. Kreese's eyes flicked to the medical readouts, which all seemed within tolerance. The liaison board's doctor had been in again, although, when he found out the list of things that had happened to Idris's poor body, he had just about given up in disgust. There was, he announced in high dudgeon, nothing more he could do. Apparently, the crew had already broken every rule of his profession and trampled all over the Hippocratic oath in the bargain. Not that, Kreese suspected, he had much truck with any such oath himself, given his employers. Right then, Idris said quietly, even as Kreese was sending an alert to Kit, Ollie, and Solace. I feel dreadful. I'm beginning to think, she told him, that you pick fights with architects because it's the only way you can get a night's sleep. It was a terribly witty, brave little line. She'd spent ages handcrafting it as she waited by his bedside. Now it came out ruined because her voice was shaking. How much do you remember? Do you even remember? Too much, he said hoarsely. I remember the architect left, and that was when. Actually, I remember a whole lot of me hurting, though that might be just the reminder I'm getting now from all the parts that are still hurting. Damn, Kreese, I feel like I died. You maybe did, she choked out. Again, huh? You, Sala said you lost all brain function. That right. For 10 minutes, nothing. Then you were back like you'd never been away. That's what she said. I mean, I was busy shouting at the liaison board ship. They were helping too, he told her. Or one of them was. Well, I know that now. I think, and his eyes weren't seeing her anymore, or the room, or anything so quotidian. I think it took my mind into it. What? Just reproduced the pattern of my mind. All the electricity of it, the precise organization that was me, and constructed it inside itself. And then it put me back when it was done, exactly as I had been, every neuron picking up where it had left off. That's patently impossible. Probably Solace got it wrong. I mean, she's not a doctor. I mean, probably your brain just died. Or that, yes. Idris blinked philosophically and one hand reached up to scratch at his chest. Kreese stopped him. What? His eyes widened. I seem to have a scar there. You do, yes. Kreese glanced at Trine, who was trying to look disinterested. The sort of scar you mostly see after someone tried to investigate cause of death. Big Y-shaped fellow, you know, Idris couldn't help noting. That's right. Solace opened you up, Kreese confirmed. In the Vulture's command capsule. Right there, yes. Kreese suddenly began to feel the strain of the last few days all at once. She clasped her hands to stop them trembling. She did it because your heart had stopped and she couldn't restart it. You weren't reacting to the drugs or to the shocks she was giving it, and we didn't have any nanotech. but she'd thought ahead. She had a contingency plan. I guess she kept me going somehow. Idris looked like he wanted to probe the sealant that had closed up the incision. Did she put something in there? Indeed, Trine observed. Something. What was that, then? Me. Idris opened his mouth, closed it, raised his eyebrows. At the good Myrmidon's request, I donated 3 of my units to act as a pacemaker. She used them to restart and manage your cardiac functions. They remain inside you, so I suppose this makes us family or something. Personally, I feel a grand swell of sibling feeling somewhere within me. I'm sure you do too. Idris tentatively fingered the ridge of sealant, still staring at Trine. They are on autonomous secondment to your cardiovascular system, severed from my swarm. I won't be, ahaha, manually tugging on your heartstrings, my old confederate-turned proxy relation. Worry you not. Trine's face looked insufferably pleased with itself. Then the others were piling in, Kit first, then Ollie in her walker, and at last Solace in her uniform coat. She sent Kreese a glance that pleaded, is he really all right then? And Kreese sent her a nod. Oh wow, Ollie observed. You look really, really ill. Thanks, Idris said sourly, then blinked. You look ropey yourself. The specialist's exposed skin was blotchy with broken blood vessels, and the whites of her eyes had gone a solid red. That's because Trine's a shitty mechanic, she accused. You're still alive, are you not, my dear and great? Trine retorted. And I would add, I've been performing a mechanic's work on your ship. Poorly. Work on your ship, and yet I am the only one not drawing some manner of recompense, the hiver finished haughtily. All contracts to be negotiated ahead of performance, Kit chimed in merrily. The Hanny seemed to have come through the whole ordeal better than any of them. Perhaps I should start charging you for the use of my embassy, Trine suggested darkly. Open to negotiation, Kittering announced. So, Idris looked from one to the other. Fill me in. The architect went away. As we are where we are, I assume it hasn't come back yet. What happened next? It's been 2 days since then, Kreese told him. Mostly what's happened is we've been dancing around your bed, because everyone is very deeply interested in you. Kreese has been running interference, Ollie noted approvingly. What's that you said, Trine? Telling people to go to hell in such a way that they enjoy the trip, the hiver supplied. It's been a privilege having you on the diplomatic staff. But tell me they've been making preparations beyond that, Idris said weakly. I think the consensus is that we've all had a nasty scare, but the second Architect War has been headed off before it began. Thanks to you. Something buzzed in Idris's chest, just at the edge of hearing, as Trine's severed components did something to modulate his heartbeat. But it really hasn't ended. It hasn't been headed off at all, he told them, and at their collective blank looks he explained. They're coming back, they have to, they don't even want to, but they will. Do people seriously think this is over? And they're back to the politicking already. A louder buzz then, as he tried to prop himself up in bed. Idris, you can't just, Kreese started, but he was shaking his head wild-eyed. I need to speak to people, I need to tell them. Borodin tact anyone. Get them, call them, Trine, do ambassador stuff, do something. Javier. Chief Larry was not much of a proponent of the walk and talk meeting, for obvious reasons, but this time, she decided to take the scenic route with Javier Mundi. They were walking along a viewing gallery set into the satellite that was the intervention board, hence the de facto New Mordant house. She donned a humanoid frame, just a subtle one beneath her robe. If you didn't listen out for the whine of servos or note the odd shifting of struts about her hips, you'd almost miss it. Javier shortened his own long stride to match her pace. You've allowed yourself quite a lot of leeway on this one, she told him, staring out at the starry immensity beyond. Berlenhoff's blue horizon was just starting to show itself beneath their feet. "I'm aware that there's a disciplinary with my name on it, Chief, waiting in the wings," he confirmed stoically. He had crossed several lines to extract telomere from Hugh custody, and it had paid off. But that didn't mean those lines magically moved to just beyond the toes of his sandals. "Ah, drama," she said dismissively. "Not right now, Javier. It's on your record. It's circling above you, ready to drop its payload, but we need every good agent we can get, even those with a distressing tendency to think outside the box, perhaps especially those. Why did you do it in the end?" "Because I'd spoken to him. He'd been right about the architects returning, and he had more information than any of us. Those are usually the sorts of people we detain, rather than letting them go," she observed dryly. "But in this instance, the results certainly speak for themselves." "You'll tell me to go get him now, though, I take it." "Not outside the realms of possibility," she confirmed. "Though if Borodin and his clowns do their job, we may not have to act, and I fear the matter may be taken out of our hands. But to move to our next problem, ever been to the hegemony, Javier? The real hegemony, not just some turncoat human colony." "Couple of times. That's our next problem, is it? This business with the hieroglyph, Sathiel, and his fake architect evidence. I don't like it. I think the Essiel might have bitten off more than they can chew when they started taking on human converts. Human cults tend to proselytize, and it's changing the passive hegemonic dynamic. Mark my words, we'll have some flashpoints there in the next few years." The hegemony issued a formal statement on the Almaru. "I don't think the Essiel even understand the problem, all rather beneath them, although I'd like to think we've caused some consternation when we showed their damn relics aren't actually all that. I would like that very much. Bring them down to the mud like the rest of us." She chuckled, a singular event. "And here are our visitors, just ahead of schedule, the legendary efficiency of the warrior angels." "I don't," Haver squinted into the void. Were there 3 points of light out there which had been absent a moment before? They were moving, cruising at an angle to Berlenhoff, making an oblique approach. "The Lady of the Night, the Sister of Mercy, the Witch Queen," Larry reeled off, staring past her own reflection. "Yes, the Parthenon had 3 warships within striking distance, just a few days away. Until they were underway, we didn't even know they existed. Very hard to get intel from that quarter. Can't infiltrate spies into that sisterhood. I know our own reinforcements have turned up too." Haver advanced cautiously. A grab bag of colonial military vessels had pitched in over the last few days. They'd been summoned by packet runners and the first wave of Far Lux refugees, expecting to go toe-to-toe with an architect. Not that they'd have been in time anyway. It had looked as though we could keep Tact and her mob in their place before their ships arrived. Allies we could put back in their box once we didn't need them anymore. Yet with the Thunderchild, the Heaven's Sword, and these new arrivals, they can punch harder than we can, if it comes to it. "It won't come to it." "It won't, now they can punch harder," Larry replied with bleak humor. She sagged and her exoskeletal frame didn't, doing odd things to the contours of her shoulders. "Yes, I'm sure you'll be disappointed, but your disciplinary will have to wait. It's going to be all hands to the pumps, Agent Mundy. Now and for the foreseeable future. Greece, we're within our rights to consider this an act of war," was the first thing Kreese heard as the crew entered, because this time the diplomats had started without them. The talks weren't taking place on a Partheny ship either, but in a well-appointed conference room on the Hugh orbital, although it seemed to Kreese that the parties preferred to stand and shout at one another rather than sit in comfort. If you choose to view it as an act of war, that's up to you. But see where it gets you, Menhir Borodin, came Monitor Superior Tax acid reply. However, wearing my diplomat's mantle, I'd say our relief force shows our commitment to humanity in general, not just our own people, and our determination to defend them against any threat. Approaching the square central table, Ollie tapped forward in her walker. She loudly yanked 2 chairs away with a metal leg, making room at the table for herself and Idris, whose walker she was also piloting. He hadn't much liked that, but he was almost endearingly hopeless at moving the thing about himself. Ah, Menhir Telemir. Borodin turned smoothly to smile at them as though he hadn't been shouting at the Partheny a moment before. I'm delighted to see you with us again. I've been asked to formally extend the Council of Human Interests. Sincere thanks. Your actions headed off a humanitarian disaster on a scale we've not seen since the war. And I add my own personal thanks to that. We owe you a great debt. Does that mean you'll listen to me this time? Idris rasped. He still looked 9/8 dead to Kreese's critical eye, slumped in the walker with his bare feet dangling. Borodin directed a sideways look at Tact, who just stood watching. Seeing no help there, he sat so he was on a level with Idris. Of course, Menhir. And I imagine you and your crew would like that recognition made into something more concrete. It's not over, Idris said. They'll come back. Maybe here, maybe elsewhere, and soon too. Not in years, not in decades, soon. Borodin's face closed up. With all respect, Menhir, how can you know such a thing? I was in its mind, Idris explained tiredly. It did its level best to show me exactly that, to make me understand what was going on. The architects aren't doing this for fun. Something is making them come. They're under duress, just something else's servants. Something that wants us gone, all of us. All humans. All thinking life. Look at Ash's people. Look at the Naramathi. And it'll be the Hani and the Castigar in time. We're just the current project. They want us gone, or at least not concentrated on planets. And don't ask me why. I don't know why. I don't think the architects know either. If why is a concept they even have. But it's like this. The architects recognize humanity as life, as thinking life. They recognize themselves as thinking life too. That's a kinship. The architects went away when we made them face up to that. And now, their masters have caught up with them and set them on us again. Because their masters don't give a damn. Masters or creators? Tact asked with admirable sang-froid. Idris shrugged painfully. No idea. Well, Borodin swallowed. And doubtless panicky communications were already radiating out from the orbital, sent by the clerks listening in on this conference. Menhir Telemir, I do hope that you're wrong. Menhir Borodin, I have been inside the architect's head. If you have someone who is in a better position to know than me, wheel them out. Have them state their case. What has Andeka Talmar told you? That you went further than she could, Borodin admitted. Well then, the war's on, Menhir Monitor. Maybe I've bought Berlinhof a period of grace, but that's all. Now I've said my piece. Kreese saw him looking around to check on the crew. Let's go. You must have more to say, Borodin said quickly. Whatever you learned, what you experienced, we need to know everything. I'll send you a report. Menhir Telemir, we really do need you. I thought we needed you before, but now, if the architects are still coming for us, we need you more than ever. Borodin had stood again, pushing his chair back. The liaison board wants. Over my dead body. Menhir. My client, Kreese broke in, as the diplomat glowered at her, is exercising his rights of free travel and association as a colonial citizen. There is currently no special order restricting his movement. He is also traveling within the aegis of Ambassador Delegate Trine, here at my left hand right now. My client will regard any attempt to prevent him from leaving this room or this orbital as an attack on his liberties. It could also be an act of aggression against the Hiver Assembly in aggregate. In addition, we are in the presence of Parthenon representatives. Should any hostile acts be committed by Hugh, they may take diplomatic action of their own. It was all just word salad, really. It hardly gave Idris any ironclad protection against Hugh. However, if Borodin felt that the Parthenon, or even the Hivers, might take her words seriously, that could be enough. That uncertainty left a gap that they might just be able to squirrel through. Borodin looked sick, almost desperate, that smooth veneer of etiquette peeling away. "Menhir Telemir," he said softly, "do not turn your back on your people, please. We are in dire need of intermediaries, a new class to protect our worlds against the architects or their masters. Saint Xavian is dead. We've lost the intermediaries' chief teacher and inspiration, the one rock they had. We need you to take Xavian's place. You wouldn't ever have to face an architect again, even. Just help us with the intermediary program, and believe me, you won't want for anything. The colonies would make you their hero." "Stop," a barely audible plea. "I can't, I'm not strong like Xavian, I can't do it." "You've proved you are," Borodin started, but Idris held up a shaky hand. "Xavian had to watch us die," he said. "Us volunteers, the first class. I remember all the faces who were there at the start who didn't survive the conditioning, the surgery, the chemical diet, who didn't survive you trying to make us into her. And I saw how it hurt her, how she felt every death. But she kept on because she had to, and we kept on because we had to as well, because there was a war on. 30 men here. 30 of us walked out of the program as ints. And now you have the liaison board and you take criminals and put them through the factory. If you're lucky, then one int walks out alive out of every 100 who go into the grinder. And those ints of yours, you want to know something about them. They're useless, Menhir Borodin. They'll never fend off an architect. None of them, or almost none. If Idris looked 9/8 dead, Borodin was pushing for 10/8 himself. Why? He managed. Because they don't want to be there. They're slaves. A leash contract is enforced labor without right or choice. And you know what the architects are for all their power. Slaves, Menhir. And if you're a slave sent to chastise someone, and that someone sends their own slave out to plead for their master's life, how well disposed do you think you'd be? Volunteers, Menhir. You cherish and take care of Andeka, Talmar, and anyone else like that, who give themselves willingly to the process. More of them will survive, for one thing, and what you get out of it will be worth having. Not just a tame commercial pilot, but someone who can defend your worlds. Kreese watched Borodin's face, saw his quick mind changing tack. There will be volunteers, he promised. Once people understand that the threat is back and it's real, they'll put themselves forward, just like you did in the war. Idris nodded, looking defeated. "You're probably right," he whispered, "but I still couldn't watch them die. Because our brains aren't the same, not any of us. Everyone gets cut up differently trying to shape our brains to match Xavian's. It's stupid, wasteful, and mostly it fails. I couldn't live with it. I'm sorry, Menhir." "Menhir Telemir," Borodin said, at his most reasonable despite his pallor, "your crew would be compensated. You would be compensated. We would do everything we could to insulate you from the negative aspects of the role." He blinked. "Menhir Telemir." A stab of worry went through Kreese because Idris was very still. It wasn't inconceivable that he'd actually died on them right then and there. Then he said, "No," although there was a thoughtful tone to it. "No, Menhir, I'm not your man, and I'll go against the architects again, no doubt. I'll likely die doing it next time or the time after, because even success kills in this game." He shook his head, and suddenly everything seemed to be funny to him. "Oh, Menhir, I won't abandon anyone." I just won't take on this responsibility. I volunteered back in the day because I was needed. I'll do my bit now for the same reason. However, I won't go near you or your liaison board. Not now. Not ever. Zales. Monitor Superior Tact had left for the Thunderchild by the time various conversations amongst the Vulture crew had been concluded. So Solace had to commandeer another packet runner to get her over from the orbital to her superior's ship. And every moment she was gone, she worried in case the Vulture god might not be there when she returned. Perhaps the crew would reconsider what they'd said and just take off without her. No matter what she or anyone tried to pretend, she wasn't quite one of them, and maybe never would be. Tac's room had holographic representations of every Partheny ship in the system projected around the walls, the display dominated by the 5 warships currently at her disposal. More Hue forces were doubtless on their way, and that kind of pissing match was likely to end with someone doing something rash unless the Parthenon backed down. After all, Hue couldn't back down because they were above their own administrative capital. Situations like these made Solace glad she wasn't a career diplomat. You've requested a face-to-face meeting, so I take it you're here to make a final report on your mission, Tact observed. She was watching those warship images, each one with the face of its exemplar projected over it, all those sister-clothes likenesses. Mother, I am, Solace confirmed. Tact nodded. When I sent you to turn telomere, nobody could have known just what was about to erupt. I don't doubt you did absolutely everything in your power to recruit him peaceably. She brought up a virtual board and dispatched a brief communiqué. The display showed it as arrowing off to the Lady of the Night. Of course, recent events show us as even more in need of an intermediary program. We are looking at the other 2 first-class ints who yet live, though neither of them appears as disaffected as Telomere. I understand he's not a joiner, though. Not them, not us, not anyone. Solace took a deep breath. Mother, he will join us. Tact went very still. Clarify, daughter. Are you stating a fact or merely your belief in some future change of heart? He has agreed to come with us and help us with our intermediary program. With conditions. Well, of course, with conditions. He's a colonial spacer, and they never did anything for free if they could avoid it. But there was a jag of excitement in Tact's crisp voice. How did you possibly manage it, Solace? Tact had turned away from the display entirely now, the Partheny fleet circling unregarded behind her head. Her face crinkled abruptly into an oddly fond smile, which looked utterly alien on her face. Don't tell me the mediotypes are true, and the colonials are hopeless romantics after all. Solace felt herself coloring. No, Mother, Idris, Menhir Telomere knows that we will need intermediaries. That is, all humanity, all intelligent life will need them. And he doesn't trust the liaison board to help. What's more, the colonial method of developing intermediaries is flawed, wasteful. Telomere said only a rare few have the right sorts of brains, and they can't know before the procedures whether a brain's right or not. But, yes. Solace looked at the ships, at their captains, seeing in them Tac's own features and knowing her own were just like them. A genetic legacy of Dr. Parsepher's genius and hubris. We vary less than colonials, Mother. If we can train one Partheny intermediary, we should be able to train many, with far less failure, far less loss. If, that's what Idris is betting upon, that our more limited genetic range has that potential. That we can raise a class of ints without killing most of them, because we're alike. More alike than any 2 colonials who aren't close family. Tact digested that for a moment, then glanced up with a sly expression. Perhaps she was wondering if Idris and Solace's shared history hadn't played some part after all. Solace wondered that too, she really did. And these were odd thoughts to have about someone who was the wrong gender and whose chest she'd been wrist-deep in not so long ago. In those Sach Ver, fame mediatypes, the colonials were always fighting for people's hearts. But that probably wasn't what they meant. They had conditions, you said, Tact reminded her. Idris wants to bring along the vulture god and its crew. I'm sure we can throw sufficient largesse their way. They don't just want credits, they want a contract with the Parthenon, Solace clarified. They want to work for us legally. They think that will at least give them some protection against Hugh interference. Of course they'll do their best to outwit us on contract terms and so on. The usual. But they're good people and good at what they do. And who knows when we might need a shabbily maintained salvage vessel, Tact finished for her. Yet strange times, strange tools, yes. Do we get the Hiver academic in the bargain? I couldn't work out whether they were crew or not. Delegate Trine will go wherever they can learn most about the architects, which means not yoking themselves to us or anyone else. But if we have an appropriate research opportunity, they'll come running, if we want them. We do, Tact agreed. Which brings us to you, Myrmidon Executor Solace. Where do you see yourself in all of this? Solace straightened, feeling her future fall out of her own hands after this brief. I'm at your disposal, Mother, as always, although I did wonder if the newly contracted vulture god would need a formal Parthenon liaison to smooth over our new working relationship. And you're volunteering yourself, I take it. Yes, Mother. For a difficult moment she thought Tact was about to pass judgment on her. Something about unsoldierly sentiment, the danger of attachments outside your sorority, the general perfidy of colonials as a class and male colonials in particular. But Tact simply said, very well, you have yourself a new mission, and she regarded Solace with a faint smile. Perhaps in her youth she had even watched the same kind of mediatypes. Call the vulture god and say we're on, Tact continued. And tell them to get that little Hanalambra factor over here to talk terms. Don't let them think they can simply name a price, either. If it's a contract they want, it's a contract they'll get. Yes, Mother. And Solace turned smartly on her heel and marched out. There was a future out there, and it was a terrible one. It included war and whole planets dying in the shadow of architects. They were living in a fractured galaxy, and it must come together, or it would fall into darkness one star at a time. Yet just then, her own personal star seemed bright, and she was smiling to herself as she went to hail the vulture.